Bye-bye.
See ya. Rightio. Let me just... hold on, how am I going to do this? I need to turn off the PlayStation and then we'll get right into Dark Souls 3. So welcome, Raiders. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and I'm a variety streamer. I play retro games, I play modern games, I play games that require a lot of thinking, like puzzle and adventure games, and I play more action-y games. I play all sorts of games. Currently, I'm doing a playthrough of Dark Souls 3, which we'll be returning to just momentarily. As I say, I'm just shutting down the PlayStation. Puzzles indeed. If you have any games you'd like to recommend, do let me know. I currently have a playthrough of, well, It Takes Two, as you know, as well as Dark Souls 3, as you know, and Night in the Woods on the go. After Night in the Woods is finished, I'm thinking of possibly doing Blueprints. And after Dark Souls 3, I'm thinking of doing Demon Souls. Because I organise it based on like slots. I like to alternate the games I'm playing, so I don't just have one game on the go. There we go. Right, swap my sound over so I can actually hear what's going on. And we should be ready. Blueprints indeed. But I mean, as I say, if anyone else has any other recommendations for games I'd like to see me play, then I'm certainly interested. Have you played the Room series? I have not. Let me add it to the list. The Room, you say? Tell me a bit more about it. Is that like an escape room type game? Let's have a couple more shout-outs before we... Oh, I remember. We were doing a boss fight, weren't we? We were fighting... speaking of Dark Souls 3, we were in the middle of the boss fight with Lady... Was it Frida? And her father, if I recall correctly. Okay, let's have a shout-out for Ozpinarch. Boss fight. Hey, Walltop. Ozpinarch appears to be a most industrious individual indeed. They seem to enjoy both physical exertion and digital recreation in equal measures. One might say they are a veritable paragon of health and fitness, both corporeal and virtual. A shout out for JLXIX. I absolutely love the Room series. It's a bunch of puzzles. The first one or two were mostly puzzle boxes, but the later ones expanded out to entire puzzle rooms. Interesting, I'll have to give that a look, thank you. Good day, dear reader. It appears that JJLXIX is a most enigmatic figure within the realm of Twitch. Regrettably, there is naught but silence regarding their self-description tags and recent broadcasts. Oh, are they not a streamer? That must be my mistake. Well, I might say they are a veritable blank canvas awaiting the brush strokes of their future endeavours. Pray, let us hope for their return to the streaming stage post-haste. My apologies there. Clearly I was mistaken. Who else do we have? We have Beamer. I'll just do Beamer now and then we'll at least make an attempt at the boss fight. Once Frosty Tools wants to respond. Good day, Beamer, a Canadian train conductor, embarks on an ambitious quest to play every game ever made. From Persona 5 Royal to Death Stranding, the journey is filled with art, memes, and first playthroughs. Join the LGBTQ plus friendly stream for a long but rewarding adventure. Goodness. Every game ever made. That is actually impossible. Because there are games that have already been lost. But that would also take you a while, were you to attempt it. Ow, not a good start. Expect me to be rusty as I begin this. Oops, I didn't actually mean to do that, but never mind.
from whence thou
Oh,
camest.
she killed me already.
Furia surely awaits
That's
thee.
unfortunate. Frida indeed. How is everyone? Good luck, she's scary. I didn't have this much trouble last time I tried fighting her. I think the problem is just that, as I say, I am completely rusty right now. I'm literally jumping into a boss fight first thing. Okay, that's not enough souls to be worth trying to save. Oh, here we go. Where are you, Frida? There you are. Back off and heal before I die. Oops, I did not mean to do that. That was a waste of an Estus. Ow! Dearie me.
Return from
And I'm
whence
dead.
thou camest. Furia surely awaits thee.
Heyo, lurking. Lovely to see you. Praise the fun. Sister Frida is my wife. Interesting. What does it say I'm still sharing chat? Ah, fixed it. A warm embrace for you, dear Praise the Fun, courtesy of Pikachu. When she jumps back and disappears, there's an easy way to tell where she is. Interesting. I was using the affinity spell. That's what Avon showed me. Let's give OK Sen a shout out. OK Sen appears to be a rather intriguing streamer indeed. They seem to enjoy a good horror game, as evidenced by their recent broadcasts. They also seem to enjoy a bit of variety, dabbling in different genres. Might say their channel is a veritable cornucopia of gaming delights. Do have a look, if you please. And Karato? If you look at the snow she kicks up, it's in that particular direction. Oh, of course. Look at the snow. That's like the boss fight from Dark Souls 1 against Priscilla, isn't it? Which was also a painted world. Karato 1, a Canadian VTuber, is currently on a quest in the first Berserker Kazan. Sorry, I just noticed my VTuber model wasn't tracking properly. It still isn't tracking quite properly. That's annoying. There we go. That's a bit better. They seem to enjoy blind playthroughs and single-player games with a penchant for lumberjack mining and dirt boss destruction. Lumberjack mining and dirt boss destruction? I have no idea what those two statements mean. Perhaps they are nearing the end of their current playthrough. Praise the fun. Let's give you a shout out quickly. Good day, dear reader. It appears that Praise the Fun is a most enigmatic figure indeed. They have left no trace of their recent activities for us to ponder. Oh, did I make another mistake? Oh, was it Praise the Fun that Pikachu told me streams but does not stream on Twitch? I think that must be it. Perhaps they are simply biding their time, preparing for a most splendid return to the streaming realm. One can only hope. And Vilma. Karato also does an excellent uwu voice. Interesting. I think I was there when they did it once. Vilma appears to be a most affable individual, engaging in gaming for the sheer enjoyment of it. The recent foray into Dark Souls 2 suggests a penchant for challenging experiences, albeit with a humorous acceptance of frequent demise. One hopes they find their time in Lordran to be a most enjoyable and rewarding. Have you started Dark Souls 2 yet, or was that just... I think you said you were still setting up OBS and Stream Elements, Vilma. And... Penchant? Am I mispronouncing it? Hold on. I'm going to have a quick listen on Wiktionary. Wiktionary has it, has an example of it being pronounced. Penchant. I know my pronunciation isn't the best in the world, but it is, you know, roughly speaking, penchant. Unless I misunderstood what you're saying. I pronounce it like Karato. Interesting. Perhaps it's one of those British pronunciation versus American there. Just an FYI, your title and category are for the earlier stream, I guess. Thank you. That's one of those things where I tell myself, don't forget to change this once you start playing the other game. And then I immediately forget to change this before I start playing the other game. I appreciate that a lot. Okay. Frida and Papa. A noob plays Dark Souls 3, and make sure we have the warning about violent and graphic depictions. Excellent. Didn't know there was a British version. I'm a Yank and I'm with El Magnifico Games pronunciation. Interesting. And I should probably give a quick shout out to Bex, whose stream name is Punkozy, because she is raising money for her cat, Toby, to have some diseased teeth removed. I think she has actually already reached her goal. But since I know she does have this whole fundraising thing going on for the next few days, I thought I would give her a shout out. Bex, a self-proclaimed Chaos Gremlin, is a variety streamer who recently played Palia with a friend. They also enjoy games like Bayonetta and Hollow Knight. Bex is autistic and a warrior against chronic fatigue, but they still manage to create premium content. How delightful. That's interesting. I mean, it's a borrowed word from French. Yes, I'm Canadian, but a lot of our pronunciation are Americanized over British, except lieutenant. It is pronounced lieutenant. But I do say croissant. Interesting. Right, let's give this boss fight another go, shall we? Just for those that aren't familiar, I am not good at... I play a lot of the Souls-like games. I am slowly making my way through the FromSoft Souls-like collection. What's it called? There is a proper name for that, but the name is escaping me right now. But I'm not very good, so expect this to take quite a few attempts, to say the least. You're on par with Pikachu. In California, we say croissant. If you got here, you're plenty good, Soulspawn. Well, I mostly do it through just sheer stubborn determination as opposed to actual skill. What are you doing? Deary me. Oh, gone invisible again. There we go. Oh dear. That could have gone better. I don't know, down to half health. Can't scoff at that. Ow! That really hurt. I'm gonna look up a word in a minute. So, one of the things that really bothers me is when I can't remember words, and I cannot for the life of me now remember the proper name for like a complete collection of like an author or artist's work. There is a proper word for that, and it is not coming to me right now.
Return from these Furia surely awaits thee.
Omnibus, Anthology. Anthology's closer. Just having a quick look. Oh, is it over? A substantial or complete corpus of works produced by artist, composer or writer. Over. Yes, I think that was the word I was looking for when I was saying earlier that I'm slowly making my way through all the FromSoft Souls-like over. Just like when I played chess, maybe someday I'll stop being terrible. Complete works, over or collected works. Oh, goodness me. That's exactly it. Karate. Oh dear. That hurt. Not a good start. I don't know why it bothers me so much when I can't remember words. I'm not sure if it's an autistic trait, or if it's because I was special needs for English for a long time or something, but for whatever reason, that's the way I am. It bothers me. Oops, did the wrong thing. And I did the wrong thing again. Ah, I didn't see her footprints in the snow that time. I'm gonna lose. That wasn't a good attempt. I barely scratched her. That's fine. Bibliography as well, apparently. Yeah. I think of bibliography more being like a record of some collection of works, if that makes sense, as opposed to being the works themselves. You know, you might have a bibliography at the back of a book or something like that. Am I making this up? I feel I may be misremembering my terms, but I feel like that's a thing. Like, wouldn't a bibliography be like, this is all the books that we have referenced in this paper, or in this or in this book you've just read, or something like that? Or this is all the works we consulted when writing this. What are you doing? Ow. It's a list of references. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I'm pretty sure I had to write bibliographies I certainly had to reference all the works I used when I was writing law papers back in university, and I'm pretty sure that was a bibliography. For reference, I have seen Phase 2 once. I gave this boss fight one attempt at the end of last stream, and I got to Phase 2. I haven't been that successful again as yet, as you can see. No! I didn't have my sword out when I should have done. Oh, blimey. I wasn't expecting it to be just right there. Ow.
Return
Dead.
from whence thou camest. Huria surely awaits thee.
Works cited. It might be. It's one of the things that came up when I googled for complete works, so... franchise? What franchise? She doesn't leave footprints when she disappears. The snow's kicked up in a particular direction. I see. You can't just say that thing that means this. The whatchamacallit. Is that what I said? Souls franchise? Well, surely the Souls franchise would be Dark Souls 1, 2 and 3. I'm not sure that would even include Demon Souls. You could maybe make an argument that it includes Demon Souls, but I really don't think it would include Bloodborne, Sekiro, or Elden Ring. I feel like the FromSoft Souls-like over gets closest to my meaning. Does that mean that she can't change the direction she's travelling in? Once she goes invisible. She has to pick a direction, and then the snow gets kicked up in that direction, and then she's committed to it. It's quite nice that my katana here is just slightly faster than her scythe. So I get the hit. If we're both trying to strike each other at the same time, I get the hit is what I'm trying to say. Well, this is the most successful attempt so far. Ow. Oh, well dodged. Sounds like she's close to me. Oh my goodness. I wasn't expecting that. Oh my goodness. Get out of there. Try to survive. I don't think I'm going to manage this. I'm already lost half my health. Ah! No. Sword. Sword! Get your sword out. Oh, dearie me. No, I missed. Hey, what's going on? Why am I being shouted out in my own channel? Good, 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 good. Where were we? All the stuff they made that you can play, and it's good stuff. FromSoft Collected Works. It's not all FromSoft games though. I looked this up. It turns out FromSoft have made a lot of games that are not Souls-likes, and I'm not even just talking about before they made Demon Souls, because there are games companies that have, like, it turns out they've like been in the industry for like 20-30 years and they've made loads of games, but then they made one big game that made them really famous and much richer, and then they just followed that line for the rest of their existence. That happened with the people that made Lego Star Wars, for example, whose name I should be able to remember. But they made loads of games back in the day, but then they just hit upon the goldmine that was the Lego franchise, like Lego Star Wars, Lego Indiana Jones, and so on. And then that's all they made after that. And, you know, they're a business. Why wouldn't they do that if that's where the money is? That is not what I'm talking about. It turns out FromSoft make loads and loads of games, and the Souls games, maybe their most famous, or the Souls-like, maybe their most famous and successful line, but like that is not the only thing they make. They are still making loads of different games. If you learn where she goes when she disappears, it allows you to play more offensively and take the fight to her instead of trying to avoid her here. English vocabulary 101 in El Magnifico's chat. El Magnifico, a most amiable streamer, creates a welcoming space for all. A recent forest into Dark Souls 3 reveal a delightful curiosity about archdragons, excuse me, and a penchant for puzzles and strategy. A true gent, well I don't know about that, Robert's streams are a splendid choice for a relaxed cerebral evening. There are subtle differences between the British and US English. There are indeed, in spelling as well. Right, I'm probably going to have to stop looking at the chat now while I deal with this situation. And by deal with, what I probably mean is die almost immediately. Because realistically, that's probably what's going to happen. No! Get out of there! Ah, there you are. I was just wondering where she had gone. Oh, I'm stuck. That's not good. There we go. That's very annoying. I was trying to get off of that ice, but I couldn't quite see where it was. I couldn't see its extent. Don't heal him just as I'm about to win. Yes! Am I done? Is that really it? Oh my goodness! Who is speaking, please? Who are you, good sir? Black Flame Frida. Oh, you've got to be joking. Is this still the same boss fight, or will I skip to this if I die now? Only one way to find out. Well, I'm probably gonna die because I'm on very low health and I have no capacity to regenerate my health right now.
Leave us be, Ashenheim. Thou art the Lord of Lorn, and have thine own subjects to guide.
I mean, I did get a Titanite slab, which suggests that that may have been the end of a boss fight. Where were we? There are indeed in spelling as well. Armored Core, for example. FromSoft also makes Armored Core. I've never played those games, but interesting. FromSoft made heaps of games back when. I realised that they don't like using Z in Realize, and they like sticking U into favourite. I mean, those are how those words are spelt. It was during the American spelling reforms that the Americans decided they wanted to try and make English spelling completely phonetic. I've spoken about this before. There were two main problems with the spelling reforms. The first problem with the American spelling reforms is that they could never work. The very idea itself was silly. Because even within America, they don't have one way of saying every word. Like, the way someone in the far south would pronounce a word would be completely different to how they would pronounce it in New York, would be completely different again to how they'd pronounce it in California. Like, there is no universal way of pronouncing these words. So the very idea of trying to standardise the spelling based on what is phonetic was wrong-headed to begin with. But okay, you could make an attempt in that direction. I get that. Oh, goodness me. Oh, it's a Bex raid. Thank you so much. How's the fundraising going? And how did your stream go? It's lovely to see you. What was I saying? American spelling reforms. Yeah, so the first problem was just the idea of trying to make all the words phonetically spelled. That's not going to work. But secondly, even if you said, okay, we're going to make our best effort, we're going to compromise where we have to compromise and do the best job we can, there's some value in trying to do that. The problem was the Americans didn't apply the spelling reforms uniformly. They did the worst thing you could possibly do, which is only partially implement them. So, for example, they spelled defence with an S, not a C, but they still spell fencing with a C. And defence and fencing both come from French, and they both should have a C according to the French spelling and the British spelling. They were completely inconsistent and actually made the American English more inconsistent in its spelling than British English already was. But yeah. Where were we? In the last decade, I think FromSoft have made two games that were a complete separation from Souls-like games, Armored Core 6 and Deracine. Oh, maybe I'm wrong then. Maybe they have moved over to mostly doing Souls-like games. What's the second one? How do you feel about the word aluminium? I think it's a fine word. It's a VR game for PlayStation. Or Tyre. Or is that... I don't know what... Is that supposed to be Tyre but with an I? Or is that Tyre? I'm not sure what Tyre would be. Only one way to find out. I'm so sorry. But it is just a phase 3. No! You're not sorry, VZ. Yeah, so I'm stuck on a boss fight, everyone. Thank you, Raiders. So you are... for those that don't know me, I'm Robert. This is the El Magnifico Games channel. And I play all sorts of games. I play retro games, I play modern games, I play games that force you to think, like strategy and adventure games, and I play more actiony games. I currently have a playthrough of Dark Souls 3 on the go, which you can see me playing right now. I was playing It Takes Two with Pikachu just earlier. That's another game I've got on the go. And I'm also playing Night in the Woods, which was a game actually recommended to me by Bex, as it would happen. And it's a fantastic game that I'm very much enjoying. I haven't absolutely definitely decided what I'll be playing after I've completed those games, but my current thinking is that the Dark Souls 3 slot will be replaced with Demon Souls, and the Night in the Woods slot will probably be replaced with... the Night in the Woods slot will probably be replaced with Blueprints. That's my current thinking. It's lovely to meet you all. All language should be Finnish. It is 100% phonetic, not the grammar. Finnish grammar is miserable. I mean, if we were going to standardise on something, why not a artificial language like Edo, which is designed to be easy to learn, unambiguous as possible, consistent grammatical rules, consistent spelling. No. Thank you for your incredibly generous tip earlier today. Well, you're very welcome. I know it's going to a good cause. I hope. I just hope that all goes very well. They did what Americans do. Fundraising isn't really something I'm driving at until Thursday, so the stream was pretty quiet in that regard. But I needed quiet because today has been stressful. I understand, and I understand if you need to raid and run, and get some rest. That makes perfect sense. Welcome in, raiders. Aluminium. Don't Brits spell the round black things on wheels of cars' tyres? Let me check. There has definitely been an Americanization of both spelling and the introduction of words over the last few decades. So it's not that uncommon that I will discover that I've actually been spelling a word the American way all my life and just not realised. You're right. You've got me. It should be Tyre. Well, the more you know. Interesting. It actually has an interesting history. This is from Wiktionary. The Oxford English Dictionary suggests that the word derives from a tyre, while others suggest a connection with the verb to tie. George Sturt in the Wheelwright's Shop makes this was 1923, makes a case for the latter derivation in that the metal tyre pulled the wooden wagon wheel tightly together when it shrank after being fitted hot red. The spelling tyre is used in the United Kingdom, Ireland, and most current and former Commonwealth nations after being revived in the 19th century. Both tyre and tyre, that is spelt with a Y or an I, were used in the 15th and 16th centuries. The United States and Canada did not adopt the revival of Tyre, and Tire is the only spelling currently used there. So remember that I was, of course, special needs for English for many years, and the fact that I obviously get exposed to a lot of my English on the internet. You got me there. Turns out I've been spelling tyre wrong my whole life. Or at least according to the British standard. By the American standard, I've been spelling it right. I was asking Pikachu how she feels about these words. I raided with Bex. I need to go put dinner on. Have a great stream, Mag. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I hope dinner is lovely. Have a nice look. We already had the tomato potato conversation. On the internet. Tyre. And I'm right back at the beginning. Wonderful. I've got a oh, sorry. I've said this before, but especially for the raiders who weren't here when I said it, this is going to take me a while. Don't be surprised if I'm still on this boss fight in an hour's time. I'm very stubborn when it comes to things like Dark Souls games. I will just keep trying over and over again, but I'm not good at them. That hurt. I think you're right. I need to try and get better at working out where she's going to end up when she goes invisible. Ah, she's jumping. I get it. That explains how she's covering so much ground so quickly. Because I had noticed when she goes invisible, she did seem to be moving around a lot faster than I expected her to. I get it now. She's jumping in the air. Oh, but now I've lost track of her completely. You've been spelling it perfectly. Grey is a minor one. I'm pretty certain you see both spellings of grey in the UK.
Return from whence thou camest.
She jumps to a spot and then sits there charging up an attack. I see. And the US, honestly. I mean, if you're interested in cultural history and you're looking for something to have a fun little read, look up the US spelling reforms. Some of the changes they suggested are really quite something. And like I say, in my opinion, there were several problems with it, but the biggest sin of all was only partially implementing it. It wouldn't have been so bad if they had just completely implemented the reforms, even though some of the spellings do look pretty comical to my eyes. But they didn't. They just partially implemented them. I'm doing a bad job. Fun fact, that also, incidentally, because this wasn't like some natural process that happened over a long period of time, these whole spelling reforms were a deliberate act of changing spelling in the US. If you look at historical US documents, like the Constitution, and even just documents that were being produced around the time of the Civil War, they're all written using British English because that was the only English at the time, or the British English spelling. Like all the, I mean, yeah, like if you're studying the Civil War, all the contemporary documents are written with British spelling. Says the expat. I'd rather read C++ standards. English is a nightmare for a person with dyslexia. Yeah, I can understand that. Do you have dyslexia yourself? If you don't mind my asking, obviously you don't have to reveal that if you'd rather not. Isn't that your usual reading? I read the documentation more than the standards. I do.
Return from whence thou camest. Here surely awaits thee.
Hold on, I'm just looking something up quickly. Yes, so, do you mind if I ask you a question? Which you may or may not have an answer to regarding, living with dyslexia. It is not severe, but I have had to invent ways to cope with my education because of dyslexia. Yes, I can imagine. Rather than educators helping you, all the effort has to be on your own part, sadly. Sometimes there is an American student. You don't have to suffer reading American student essays. Gotta look for a bit home. It's no worries, Jake Shuffle. I'm just looking up the American spelling reforms. Yeah, okay, so here's some examples of some of the... So this is from Wikipedia, English language spelling reform. Between 1934 and 1975, the Chicago Tribune, then Chicago's biggest newspaper, used a number of reformed spellings. Over a 2-month spell in 1934, introduced 80 respelled words, including though, spelt T-H-O. That's right, it's a 3-letter word, though. Through, T-H-R-U. Thorough. Thoro, aghast, agast, bureaucrat, burocrat, freight, frate, hearth, harth, hearse, herse, island, iland, rhyme, rime, staff, staf, and telegraph, telegraph. And so this is what the spelling reforms consisted of. It generally wasn't the government like passing legislation or anything. It was just like respected people suggesting a series of spelling reforms, and then like newspapers would adopt them and say, yeah, we want we want to adopt these revised spellings. And so then suddenly like important local or even national newspapers would start spelling words using these simplified spellings, and some of them caught on and some of them didn't in a very inconsistent manner. And that's why American spelling, as I say, has ended up even more inconsistent than British spelling. I can't spell at all. I have to have autocorrect or some kind of dictionary to be able to chat here. What did I just hear? An abomination of language. The thing is, it looks frankly comical to me when I see some of those spellings, like though being THO. But let's be perfectly objective and honest here. Had they actually thoroughly reformed the spelling, so every single word, and it had been completely adopted, it arguably would have been... I don't even want to say it would have been an improvement, because there would have been pros and cons. But, you know, at least there would have been some things gained. Like, it wouldn't have been a complete waste. It's, as I say, I feel like the biggest sin is the partial adoption. In order for language to be phonetic, I feel you need to start with letters that have a single sound. Yeah, and English doesn't have that. And furthermore, as I said, it only really works if you have exactly one accent. Like, you can't have a phonetic spelling of every word if people say words differently in different parts of the world, or even different parts of the same country. Like in Finnish, even an H is found in the middle of a word is pronounced. Double letters, both are pronounced. There was also an experiment done to school children trying to change the way they learned how to read and spell. I believe my aunt had to suffer through that, and now has been unable to spell properly at all. I'm sorry to hear that. That is... Oops, didn't mean to do that. That is Very unfortunate. That's not ideal at all. In the 6th or something, I can't remember. The thing I was going to ask, VZ, how do you find the in terms of typography? How do you find it is best to have documents formatted? Because I have read, in terms of like trying to make things like my website accessible as possible, I have tried to take into account dyslexia, and the best I've been able to go off is like various guides for making things dyslexic friendly. Like I think there's a British Dyslexia Society, I've forgotten their proper name, but they've published a guide online. And for example, I know that there are fonts like Open Dyslexic, which are supposed to help with help people with dyslexia be able to read easily. But I've also heard people say that they don't help at all. Like people have done actual studies and have on reading comprehension with dyslexic and with dyslexic people, and they found that fonts like that don't help. I think there is a general suggestion that serif fonts are better. Sorry, sans serif fonts are better than serif fonts. But at the same time, I think at least with non-dyslexic people, serif fonts are actually supposed to be easier to read because they can use the little knobbly bits on the letters to help them identify the letters more quickly. This seems to have been like a bit of a myth of the 20th century that sans is easier to read than serif, whereas in fact the opposite seems to be the case, at least with non-dyslexic people in mind. So I'd be really interested to know how someone who actually has dyslexia views all this. There are certain fonts that are almost unintelligible for me. I don't tend to use specific dyslexic fonts, so I didn't find them helpful. Sans serif is definitely better for me, 100%. Okay, that's interesting. And useful. That was annoying.
Return from whence thou camest.
Is it the Japanese aunt or American aunt? Coffee to Coffee. Cawfee. Isn't that like a Boston accent, Coffee? She's American. She's the only one in her family that had to learn that way, of a family with 7 children. Jeez. There are certain sorts... Oh, sorry, I've read that. She's incredibly smart and loves reading, but she can't unlearn the silly ways she was taught. So here's... Other people may have very different feelings on this. I feel like if we want to seriously try to improve things, then experiments like that should be allowed to take place. Because otherwise, if you don't actually take, children, for example, and try the new methods that you think may be better, then how do you know whether they're better or not? Clearly, you need to have trials. But here's the thing. In my view, if you do something like that, you are taking on a lifelong duty of care to that person to make sure that the trial you have run does not interfere with the rest of their life. Like, it would be perfectly reasonable, in my view, to say, we've thought about this a lot. We think this new way of teaching spelling may actually be better than what we were already doing. So we're going to take a small group of children, try to teach them that spelling this way, and then to come out of it and say, say after 2 years, okay, it didn't work. Right. At that point, you do not walk away. At that point, you then need to give that child special help and make sure they end up on par with all other children. Like, that is your moral responsibility. That I see as being It's clearly something that didn't happen, and it's clearly something that should have happened, in my view. I prefer reading the Wingding font. Hey Magnifico, need to lurk, but have a good stream. Thank you, Tall Boy. Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a good day, and I hope you have a lovely lurk. Feed the Tall Boy, a newlywed variety stream, enjoys horror and RPG games. They recently lost a bet, resulting in a first playthrough of Lies of P. They seem to be having a jolly good time, despite the occasional setback. Do join them for some entertaining games and chat. Yeah, Feed the Tall Boy is a lovely streamer. You should certainly consider following them, checking their streams out. Constellus is an example of a font that I cannot read or pass at all. Is that a monospace font for use in consoles? Oh, hey Mama Bear, lovely to see you. Hope you're having a good day. It's Monday, and oh boy, it feels like a Monday. I'm at work, lurking with a caffeine IV and silent screams. But I'm still here with love and bear-sized support. Even when the day is heavy, your presence can still be light. You've got this, and I've got you. We'll survive Monday together. Mama Bear hugs. Much of love to you, all my dears. Thank you, Mama Bear. Your messages are always so lovely and sweet, and handcrafted. It really is lovely. I hope you have a wonderful lurk. Now, they didn't help them after. They just abandoned the experiment and threw them to the wolves. See, that's where I take exception. Like, it's not the trials themselves that I have issue with. It's the not taking responsibility for the things you have done. Look what that fog is doing to that sword. It looks like there's two blades that are sort of wiggling. Interesting. Mama Bear is a 53-year-old variety streamer who fosters a familial atmosphere among followers. The streams prioritise LGBTQIA+, mental health and neurodivergent inclusivity. Monthly self-care streams are featured. Recent content includes a Fortnite collaboration. It's the default font in Eclipse IDE. Oh, interesting. Is that... Eclipse is predominantly for Java development, isn't it? If I recall correctly. Oh dearie me, I'm doing a bad job here. That really hurt.
Return from whence
What
thou
could I be
camest.
doing better here?
Furia surely awaits thee.
Raw Eclipse is, but there are a ton of IDEs that are Eclipse-based, so I was using one for C/C++. Do you do much... I mean, you don't have to answer this question, I understand if you can. Do you actually do much pure C? As in, yeah, not C++ at all, just like ANSI C. It is... If I have to do low-level programming, C is definitely my go-to, as opposed to C++. I am personally of the opinion that C++ is an abysmal language. I realise that may be a little controversial, but that is my opinion. Watch where the snow gets kicked up. She went in the opposite direction. I do see. Ooh, interesting. Rust slaps. I've heard people talk about how wonderful Rust is. I must admit, I've never used it myself. Yes, but I'm migrating to C++. I prefer coding in C++. I do embedded development. Oh, well, that would explain why you're familiar with C. Yeah, I hate C++. I really do. It's an awful, awful language, in my opinion. I realise that may be controversial, but I can hear her walking around, but I don't know where she is. Oh, that was a good guess.
Return from whence thou camest.
Rust is a religion, not a programming language. Oh my goodness, and a melee raid. Blimey, is that 3 raids today? Yeah, because I was raided by Pikachu, I've been raided by Bex and Melee. Blimey. I wonder what I've done to deserve such nice treatment, such there's a better way of phrasing that, but I can't think of it right now. I wonder what I've done to deserve such an honour. Hi, Melee. Consideration. That would be a very good way of putting it. Also, lovely to see you, Georgius. I hope you're having a good day. I see you're a first-time chatter, but I'm pretty sure we've spoken before, so presumably in somebody else's stream. Lovely to see you. Happy affiliate anniversary, Melee. Oh, I've raided him with all 3. Probably successfully not being... Sorry? Interesting. What was I thinking? How did your stream go, Melee, and how are you? Ah! I could go to a ranged build, actually. I'm gonna die.
Return from whence thou camest.
I don't know.
Surely awaits thee.
With her going invisible, ranged may not work. Oh, thank you for giving Georgius a shout out. 404 underscored Georgius not found, a most intriguing streamer indeed. They embark upon various gaming adventures with a penchant for narratives of quality. Should their equipment fail, one might be treated to a black screen instead. Oh, I see. A most curious fellow, I dare say. We reached the peak! Oh my goodness, well done, Melee. Who are you peaking with? If you don't mind my asking. I've seen Jake Shuffle, Swamp Sass, and Beamer, I think it was, playing Peak, and I think I've also seen Olivia playing Peak. So I'm familiar with the game, but I don't think I've ever seen someone actually finish it. Pay attention to surroundings. She destroyed chairs showing where she was, and you turned around after. That's a good point. Oh dear. Cat Ben Ninja and Mr. Slap. Oh, I'm not familiar with them. Still, congratulations. That sounds like a fantastic, fantastic achievement on your affiliate anniversary. Affiliate anniversary, I should say. Does she always get revealed before she actually does the attack she's charging? Because that's not something I'd noticed before, but that's a really big deal if true. Not sure I deserve to get away with that, but I did. Oh, she appears if you get close enough to her. Really? Yes, well done, Melee. Oh, for those that don't know, welcome Raiders, I should have said this before. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and I play all sorts of games. I play retro games and I play modern games. I play games that require you to think, like adventure games and puzzle games, and I also play more actiony games. I currently have playthroughs of Dark Souls 3 It Takes Two with the wonderful Pikachu and Night in the Woods on the go. In the fairly near future, I'm hoping to play Demon's Souls and Blueprints. I do take game recommendations if you have any, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. Well, that wasn't a good start. Who's this Pikachu? This is that Pikachu. Pikachu, or Piku as they are affectionately known, is currently navigating the treacherous realms of Dark Souls 2 and 3. They seem to be in need of assistance as their tag suggest to struggle with these challenging games. Perhaps we should offer our support and join them on this perilous journey. The fact that you got this far in this game has in my feeling because... Sorry, the fact that you got this far in this game has me in my feelings because I wanted to see if my toaster worked in my pool after the first... Blimey. I hope you're alright. Hope you're alright, Georgius. Yeah, I mean, I've got this far largely just being stubborn. To be honest. Not through actual skill at the game. Just refusing to give up. Oh dear. I'm not good at this game. Neither am I. I'm fine, that is 100% humorous. Up for humour. Oh, is Melee off? Oh, are you off, Pikachu? I'm confused. Why the little running Totoros, if that's who they're supposed to be. Sorry, I didn't mean for that to sound so dismissive. It's just, it's only today I found out that they were supposed to be Totoros. I'm not this far in yet, and I'm not looking forward to meeting Miss Frida. That's Lady Frida. I understand.
From whence thou
camest, lass.
Furia surely awaits thee.
I'm running from the shout out. Oh, I see. I've tried the first one and the third one. I have since uninstalled both of them. I'm not sure I would reinstall them under the threat of having to eat vegan. How far did you get into the first one, if you don't mind my asking? That's Dark Souls 1. But they're great games. You'll have to eat that fake meat stuff, Impossible Burgers. I must say, there is some vegan food that is absolutely delicious, and I'm not just talking about like fruit salads and so on, because of course they're delicious. But I mean, like, sometimes like burger substitutes and stuff like that can be like really, really nice, like vegan ones. But the ones that are best in my experience are the ones that don't try to be like me. The ones that try to be like me inevitably fail. Like they just don't... They never get it right. They never actually are like me. And they're just not very good. But, like, for example, you'll get things like spicy bean burgers and stuff like that. And they're delicious. Because the thing is, they're not trying to be meat. They're trying to be something different that also goes really well in a burger bun. And they do go really well. There was a really shiny, rather large gentleman at the top of the stairs that was rather impolite and proceeded to explain how my health bar would cease to exist. Interesting. They're so fun. Did you know that plants scream when you cut or hurt them? There it is. We just can't hear it. I know that some plants will let out signals, like through their root system, to other plants that they're under attack. But I'm not sure I'd describe it as screaming. I've no problem eating vegan food, but I would rather not eat strictly. I believe it was shortly after the guy that crashes into the tower as you're trying to kill it. Oh, I'm trying to remember. Right. Guy that crashes into the tower, and this is Dark Souls 1. That's what the smell of fresh cut grass is. I'm sorry, my brain is really failing me in trying to figure out where you were up to. Were you still in Undeadburg, or had you been through Blighttown? Had you got into Sen's Fortress? Had you been to Anor Londo? The Taurus Demon. Oh, Taurus Demon. Right, I had a feeling that might be where you got stuck. So here's the thing, Georgios. Obviously, you know, it's completely up to you what games you play, and I'm not trying to be presumptuous and tell you what to play. But I can tell you one thing you may find interesting. The start of Dark Souls 1 is much more difficult than almost all the rest of the game. And that is purely because you are massively underleveled and you have really bad equipment. At the start of the game, when you have only access to really rubbish equipment and your attributes are universally very low, it is genuinely the case that even the basic enemies are really tough to deal with. And I am saying this as someone that has now played the game twice. Like, going back to the start of Dark Souls 1, you know, was not easy. And that's as someone who had already completed the game once. Once you start... And incidentally, I did the exact same thing you did. The very first time I played Dark Souls 1, which was like, I don't know, 5 years ago or something, or maybe it was more than that. I did look it up, like on Steam. The very first time I played it, I bounced off the game because of the Taurus Demon. I did the exact same thing you did. I got to the Taurus Demon, couldn't beat them, and then basically gave up on the game. It turns out that most of the game is a lot easier than that. That Taurus Demon right at the start is genuinely very hard. But you don't actually... I was about to say you don't actually have to fight the Taurus Demon, but now I think about it, that is technically true, but I'm not sure I'm not sure there's a way around it unless you know other things about the game that you wouldn't know unless you'd played it before, if that makes sense. There are shortcuts and stuff that are available that a first-time player wouldn't know about. And I'm not trying to spoil the game for you.
Return from whence
blast.
thou camest. Herein surely awaits thee.
But yeah, like... It's... The difficulty of Undeadburg, I can only imagine, has put a lot of people off Dark Souls for... Yeah, you could argue it's a game flaw. Like, you do have to wonder how many people were put off the game because they thought that was going to be the whole experience. Also, because it wasn't explained that there was a better option. I was using a mouse and keyboard. I see. Oh, I think I've missed stuff. Let me scroll up quickly. What have we got here? I killed him, but after that I just got too frustrated. With the doggies? Run round and round and round and scream and round. That Capra. Ah, the Capra demon. Well, that strategy works for everything. Also, because it wasn't explained, read that. All plants and trees let out signals when under attack, too. Let other bugs and plants nearby know so they can help. Their screams are both a signal and a supersonic sound that we are unable to hear, but you can be picked up and tracked by certain recorders. Interesting. I beat the Taurustine, and after that, I did not do so well. I did not fare so well. You absolutely can get around not beating the Capra demon, which I think is the one you got stuck on, based on what other people have said. But again, to do that, it would require you to stumble across things that would be very easily missed. For a mouse and keyboard, next time try swords. I should have realised that when the USB cord broke. So while vegans are all about eating meat, because animals feel pain and such and can scream, plants feel just as much pain and scream, we just don't hear it. Well, I would disagree at the point of they feel just as much pain. Because plants don't have a nervous system, and the truth is, we don't really understand consciousness, but there are good reasons to suspect that creatures that don't have a nervous system can experience pain. What that would prove, if anything, is that there is an analogue to screaming that creatures that cannot experience things can still express. I mean, again, without truly understanding consciousness, I suppose it is difficult to absolutely, completely rule out the possibility that plants are conscious to some degree, but the mechanism of sending out signals to indicate you're under attack need not imply consciousness. Oh blast. Might as well try fighting him with 2 spoons while doing a handstand with a cup of water in your mouth. There are now laws for crimes against plants. Well, the laws that I'm aware of, at least in the UK, are more about protecting species. Preventing things from going extinct. I only had 1 spoon clean at the time. Spoon. Plants understand that something has just ripped every piece of it off. That is pain. I disagree. I mean, there are people, for example, that are born with disorders which mean they can't experience pain. And they are perfectly intellectually capable of understanding what has happened to their body, but they still don't experience pain. I would not... And also, the trouble is with the word understand. Like, does a computer understand when a USB device is pulled out of it? I mean, sort of? Like, it can register that has happened and respond accordingly, but is a computer conscious? I would suspect if humans didn't feel pain, they might still scream, or they'd have an arm traumatically removed. Yeah, I think, well, they wouldn't do it instinctively, I don't think. They might choose to do so, but if they genuinely had no sense of pain, what would induce them to do so other than their intellect? So by that statement, the plant wouldn't notice that half of it were missing. It depends what you mean by notice. It could notice in the same sense a computer could notice that a USB device has been unplugged. It could respond accordingly, but that doesn't mean there is some conscious entity there that is experiencing what's happening to it. I'm going to be semantic and sarcastic. My computer does scream when I remove a USB device. Fair enough. I mean, the real answer is we can't actually be 100% sure, but the point I'm getting at is there is nothing inconsistent about saying that a plant sends out a signal when it has half its body removed and it doesn't feel pain. Those two things could absolutely be both true at the same time. Whether they are true at the same time is a matter of fact, which we suspect is true at this stage, but can't know for certain until we know more about the nature of consciousness itself. Incidentally, this is one of the things that kind of bothers me. I mean, it's a special case of a phenomena you see throughout science and indeed medicine, that people will claim to be a lot more knowledgeable on subjects than we actually are, and state things with confidence that we don't really know. People will tell you that consciousness is just down to nerve signals in the brain. And I sort of disagree with that. I could believe that the only thing necessary to induce consciousness is nerve signals in the brain, but I think saying that's all it is misleading. So to give you an analogy, supposing you saw someone playing a video game that you'd never seen before. Say you're sitting next to them, you're watching them play over their shoulder, and then you ask them to explain the game to you, and then they start telling you about CPUs and RAM, how calculations take place on the computer, and they start trying to explain the game mechanics in terms of the specific instructions that are being executed on the computer. Here's the thing. In theory, you could do that. You could actually reverse engineer a game, get to the point where you understand the algorithms that are applied, and explain the game on those terms. It would be incredibly long-winded and misleading and not very helpful, but you could do it and it would be factually accurate. That's how I feel about consciousness. I feel like, yeah, it probably is just nerve signals, but at the same time, there is clearly something higher level going on there that is being built on top of the brain hardware, which we don't yet understand. That's my feelings on the matter. Obviously, people may disagree. And so I feel like the statement that, oh, it's just all nerve signals is kind of trite. It kind of misses the point. It's like, well, yeah, obviously it has to be just nerve signals, but there's something else going on there. And what that thing is and what its nature is, that's the interesting question. And so with plants, we know they don't have a nervous system. That's not up for debate. They don't have nerves. And so that means that were they to be conscious at all, the nature of their consciousness would have to be... well, it would have to be built on top of a very different system. There is no reason, at present, to believe that plants are conscious. But at the same time, we can't even prove that another human being is conscious. We can assume it to be the case, we can observe their behaviour and say, yeah, it seems like they're conscious, but obviously philosophy has this concept of philosophical zombie. If you had a human being that reacted in every way the same as somebody else, but just was not capable of sentience, of consciousness, then how would you know? You couldn't. And that's kind of the same issue we have with plants. We just don't know enough about the nature of consciousness to absolutely rule it out. It seems most likely that they aren't, but until we can really narrow down exactly what consciousness is, which we may never be able to do, it may be something that's unknowable. But until we can do that, we can't really absolutely rule it out. We can just say it's unlikely. Now I'm going... oh, I read that. Mine gets mad and lectures me that I didn't give it a heads up first. The two aren't necessarily mutually inclusive. It doesn't have to feel pain to wish to alert other nearby plants there is a threat in the vicinity. You're trying to do a ha-ha, I got you, in a trap, because you contradict yourself. I'm sorry, it's not working. I didn't contradict myself. I'm not sure I follow that. Psychology, neurology and philosophy are all difficult given that they are all essentially when it breaks down to the bare bones, the brain studying itself and how it functions. I'm not trying to do a ha-ha anything. I simply stated that missing a large part of your anatomy would be noticeable and more than likely quite distressing discovery. That's a fair statement. This is why I ended staying in stream as long as I did. Come for some Dark Souls, stay for the philosophy. Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad you found that that little short monologue compelling. Oh dear. But yeah, unfortunately the arrogance in science and medicine is huge. And it's unscientific, is the irony. Because the number of times that, you know, as someone that has some interest in history, well, pretty much every subject, but history is relevant in this case, the number of times that I've seen, for example, scientists conclude that a certain thing is the case, and then anybody who contradicts it is portrayed by the scientific community as an idiot, and then, like, in 10, 20 years' time, they find out that, oh, actually, they were wrong all along, and then they try to... Then they completely change their mind. They do a 180-degree turn. They say that, well, obviously this other thing is the case now, and anyone that thinks that's an idiot. And they don't acknowledge the fact that they were unfair to the people that doubted them in the first place. That you know, that they may have had a point at the time.
From whence thou camest.
They kind of want to have their cake and eat it. They want to, you know, they'll say, yeah, but we have good reason to think that now. Right, well, you thought you had good reason to think the previous thing before, which turned out to be wrong. The problem is you are too unwilling to publicly state when you don't know something. Like, that is from talking about, like, the scientific method in general, like the philosophy that underpins science. Saying I don't know is a perfectly respectable thing to say. Like, that is a very reasonable stance to take, that we just don't know, but it looks like this is probably the case. But as I say, instead of that, you get a lot of, unfortunately, very arrogant people stating with certainty that such and such is the case prematurely. Just because it looks like that's the most likely explanation. And this is exactly what I was talking about earlier with dark matter and dark energy. And previously I remember saying the same thing about black holes. The thing is, the statements they're making about the nature of these things, the nature of black holes, the nature of dark matter, the nature of dark energy, there is science that's gone behind that. It's not like they're saying these things for no reason. But the truth is, they're not well understood. And if in 30 years' time someone makes a major discovery and then they have to rewrite all the textbooks, you know, it's... That is progress, and that's a good thing. But why not be honest up until that point and say, yeah, we don't know, instead of making all these statements which may or may not be true. I don't know. That's just my feeling on the subject. I don't know how other people feel. Oh, blast.
Return from whence thou camest. Huria surely awaits thee.
Hold on, Yuria surely awaits thee. She may have mentioned this before, but she knows about Yuria? That is curious. You seem to understand. When she disappears, she goes in the opposite direction to the snow because you looked in that direction. I am consciously aware of that. That doesn't mean I'm capitalising on it to the extent I should be. Ah. Oh, blast. Where'd you go? You must be over here.
Return
No!
from whence thou camest.
This is going to sound counterintuitive, but a lot of it is because science is founded and often advanced of people saying this is the way it is, like it is for certain, and then attempting to prove it. Yeah, this is true. Academia is a beast of its own. For anyone that's, you know, like, ever had long conversations with academics and understands how the system works, like, you know, they are rewarded for writing papers that in respectable journals, essentially. The more papers that they can produce and get them published, the better their academic career will be. And unfortunately, that... and also there would be rewards for like being cited by other academics and so on. And this creates a very unhelpful, almost tribal culture within academia, where like one of the most profitable things you can do is take an absurd position but then support it well enough that you end up with a cult following. And if you can end up with a sort of cult following amongst other academics, then you're gonna you know, have a really shining career and, you know, get rich and do well. But that's not necessarily what's best for mankind. We didn't follow up. She almost always goes to the edge of the room. Ah, interesting. The problem lies in the bias that the statement creates, and sometimes they're attempting to experiment the statement into truth. When they accept the experimental results, whether they agree or not, and change their hypothesis as necessary, is when science really happens. Unfortunately, that happens a lot less frequently than it should. Well, yeah, because the problem is, the people that are setting up little academic cults, as it were, they don't want to, that is how they make their living, and they don't want to then suddenly say, oh, it looks like I was wrong, because then suddenly they're going to lose all their standing, and probably their livelihood. From their perspective, far better to, well, you know, perhaps not fiddle the results, but, you know, find ways to creatively interpret things to support their particular hypothesis. Now, the thing is, there's a few things to note about this. One, they are being 100% rational. They are the issue is that rather than thinking about what is good for mankind, they're thinking about what is good for them. But they are being rational beings. They are just doing what is going to be in the best interests of themselves and their family. The other thing is, this sort of mentality ruins lives. It literally can destroy lives. I'll give you one example. There was a academic, I believe his name was... I know, this is going to sound like I've made it up, but I swear to you, this is the truth. There was an academic by the name of Dr. Money, I believe, and I think he was about in like the 50s and the 60s. I'd have to look this up to be sure, but he had a particular hypothesis that that gender was entirely based on upbringing, that like how you treated a child when they were growing up would determine what gender they are. And this is what I mean by they would take a, if not an absurd position, then at least an extreme position, and then just try to prove it. The problem was they ended up becoming a celebrity to the extent that they got listened to by a lot of people that worked at hospitals, and so it ended up becoming policy at a number of hospitals in the US that if a male child, the examples I remember were about male childs being raised as females, but I don't know if there were other examples going the other way, but particularly if a male child was born with severe abnormalities in certain parts of their bodies, if you follow me, or if they'd been in an accident, they would then tell the parents, right, you need to raise them as a girl, basically. I remember studying this at A-level. This was when I was doing A-level psychology. Long story short, he was completely wrong, and a lot of them, by the time they became teenagers, were realizing that, you know, that they didn't identify as women, and had a very, very hard time trying to make the best out of their lives after that, and there were suicides. And sorry, this is taking a very dark turn all of a sudden. Yeah, it was. And to be clear, these children were often operated on based on this assumption that gender was just what you were raised with. And that's what I mean by this. You know, unfortunately, the way that academic culture is currently organised, it can destroy lives. Literally destroy lives. Let me double check I got that individual's name correct. I wouldn't want it to be the case that I got them mixed up with some other... Because I don't have a good memory. I wouldn't want it to be the case that I got them mixed up with some other individual in my head. Yes, this does appear to be the one. Yeah, John Money. If you're interested in the story, in what I was just telling you, you could look up John Money on Wikipedia, and it'll tell you more. Yeah. Where were we? The problem lies in the bias that statement creates, and sometimes is attempting to experiment the statement to truth. I read that one. It creates an echo chamber of hearing your thoughts in another person's voice. Yeah, that's another thing that can happen, because that's almost a symptom of the like cult following phenomena I talked about, because you end up with followers that then also stake their careers on your theories being correct, and so as you say, you end up hearing your own theories said back to you in someone else's voice. Instead of tossing outliers, they toss legitimate results simply because they didn't fit what they want to say. People used to think that the sun revolved around the earth. To be fair, though, if you're living on Earth and you don't have an understanding of gravity, or like a full understanding of gravity, or, you know, what the sun is, that's not a ridiculous hypothesis, if that makes sense. Go figure, the US have decided to do something that makes no sense. That guy worked at Johns Hopkins? I don't know. I'll be honest, because I'm streaming right now, although I do look things up when I was streaming, I only had a very, very quick look at his page. No, he did. I just looked it up. But yeah, it's a problem. And it's not the only problem in academia either. I'll give you one other example of a problem in academia. Ultimately... Oh dear. Ultimately, the academics are rewarded, as I say, for getting their results, their studies published in various journals, various prestigious journals, and as a result, they don't actually need to research anything that is going to be practically useful to anybody ever. And so there is a very real problem that there are a lot of academics out there that have managed to convince boards at universities that their work is important when they don't even believe it's important. And I mean, that's kind of the key issue, because there are all sorts of areas where people have started studying a subject and its value hasn't been immediately recognised, but it's gone on to be really important. I think it was John Nash, if I remember correctly, worked on game theory, which is a field in maths, and at the time when he was doing it, it appeared to be pretty pointless. It was just a little field within maths, but it turned out that they could use it to explain things like economies really well. So much later on, it turned out, as I say, much later on, his work became really important and foundational to a lot of things we do today. And so you do need to have some latitude for, you know, letting people study things that may not have, whose value isn't immediately obvious. But the problem is, or the issue I take, is when you have, I may have got the name wrong. I will check who that mathematician was in a second. But the problem is, as I say, there are academics that literally believe their area of research is pointless and useless, but because they're able to make a living out of it, they're perfectly content to spend decades of their time and, you know, very substantial amounts of university money studying it. That is potentially a problem for society. Oh, it looks like it was John Nash. John Forbes Nash Jr. I didn't see them when I did the initial look. Well, no, at the time that was a reasonable assumption. I only mentioned it because science can easily be wrong. That's why research exists. Yes, I see what you mean. There are also academic journals that allow you to pay them to publish your work. Most true academics know they aren't very good, but are average. Jimmy the research assistant doesn't know how to look into the more obscure journals, and these hoax works get started and increase acceptance of nonsense. Oh, I see. So you're talking about... Oh, I should have healed. That was very silly of me. I see what you mean. So you're referring to people not doing their due diligence and making sure that the things that they're citing are actually good sources, or in worst cases potentially deliberately citing work that they know isn't good, just so that they can just for their own benefit, because they know that if other academics don't look into it, then it makes their paper look better. You know, that they're citing all these other works that don't represent the most what's the word? Don't represent the most rigorous research, shall we say? I know some people that work in academia, and apparently another problem they've had is obviously they have academic databases so that they can, you know, like do text-based searches to see whether people are copying, plagiarizing is the word, to see if people are copying other people's research word for word. But apparently a problem that they've had that they haven't been able to stamp out very well is people taking papers in foreign languages and then translating them into English and releasing it as their own work. Because of course the whole text-based search to find plagiarizing doesn't work when they've translated it from another language. And yeah, there will be academics that, I don't know if they'd make an entire career off of that, but have certainly bolstered their career off of that sort of practice. And you have to ask, where's the benefit to society for doing that? I suppose there would be some benefit if they were honest about the fact they'd translated it. You know, saying, right, I am now releasing this work in English, but it's a very dishonest way to try and further an academic career, to claim it as your own work when you know full well it isn't. Blast. That was going well for a second. Ah, just one more hit. Maybe two if I'm unlucky. Two. Got it. Having your original research published in one of those predatory trash papers is just embarrassing. It's akin to buying Twitch followers from a spam bot. It's a pleasure to meet you, Candlery. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Please correct me if I'm not. Maybe this is just... oh. Candle. I apologise. Maybe this is just me. Maybe this is, like, the autism speaking, but I don't think I would personally find that embarrassing if I had nothing to do with it. Like, if someone took my work and then claimed it as their own and published it in, as you say, a trash paper, I don't think I would be embarrassed for myself. But perhaps other people would be. I have a friend who's a professor that told me that he has students use ChatGPT to translate works. He caught one because he used this professor's research to another language and then translated it back to your native language, and then correcting the grammar will fool most plagiarism checks. It will fool most plagiarism checks. And ChatGPT can write really well also. Like, if a intelligent student were to use ChatGPT, but then also put in the work to cover up the ChatGPT, it would be undetectable at this stage, and possibly always will be. ChatGPT is... I know people have various complaints about ChatGPT, but you know, it definitely has its strong points. There are things it is very, very good at. I know, apparently one of the main problems, or apparently one of the main ways use of ChatGPT shows up is apparently there are a lot of undergraduate students that will get ChatGPT to write their essays for them, but they won't check the citations. And apparently, I don't know if this is the case with the latest ChatGPT models, but for a long time apparently ChatGPT was making fake references to other, or citing papers that don't exist. The issue is that ChatGPT as a model is ultimately, it doesn't actually understand the things you're saying. It just tries to come up with a response that seems like it would be a good response to the thing you've asked it to do, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't understand the language, it just has it just sort of knows, like, oh, this combination of characters is likely to be a good response to this combination of characters that have been sent. And so, as a result, it will, like, produce what looks like a really good essay, but then it turns out that the things that are being cited aren't real. Been seeing you at Beck's stream. Oh, I see. Apologies if we've spoken before and I just didn't recognise you. But yeah, it is a pleasure to meet you. Hope you're having a good day. It wouldn't take much effort to hide it. You're intelligent enough to rephrase the claims and look for supporting material independent of what the AI supplied you. Yes. So one of the people I know that works in academia did say they're one of the people that is actually like marking papers and has to deal with the ChatGPT problem, and they said that like if they that they weren't advising the use of using ChatGPT to cheat, but they were like saying, were you to do that, the way to do it would be find the papers to reference, such as by, you know, going through a good textbook, finding the papers that you would want to reference to in your answer to whatever the essay question is, and give those to ChatGPT and say, please write me an answer to this question using these papers. And yeah, I mean, I've not tried it, but I suspect that would probably work. I read a quote, ChatGPT can never be interesting, therefore it has no place making art. Huh. That is indeed an interesting quote, but I suspect the number of people that would do that is statistically insignificant. I did ask ChatGPT once to translate something into Japanese, specifically in the Hiroshima dialect, then asked the native speaker to see how it did. Then once I gave it some instructions, it corrected itself and did pretty well. It did take a few revisions, but it is impressive. Yeah, the things that ChatGPT can do are impressive. Here's the thing, I went to university before we had AI models like ChatGPT. If I were to go back there today, it would be very, very tempting to have ChatGPT write my essay plans. Like, I would probably... because the thing is, they know that the universities know they can't spot all use of AI, and so they don't even try and ban it. Usually they say that if you use AI to assist you, you need to declare it. But then if you declare it, and, you know, it's not like ChatGPT wrote my whole essay, then they can't penalise you for it. These are like the official rules of the university. So it would be so tempting to just say, like, right, here are some papers, write me an essay plan, and then I'll write it up. And then you could declare it, and the university would have to accept it according to their own rules. I mean, but here's the flip side. That would be the thing that one would be very tempted to do to save time and still write good papers. But then you have to ask, what sort of skills are you developing as a student? Because you may just be a student at this stage, and that may be the most effective way of actually getting the job done, as it were. But what are you going to do when you're actually a professional? Well, you're probably still going to want to rely on AI, and at that point you end up in the worrying position where you end up with like doctors that have got their well, I'm talking about medical doctors here who have got their degree by relying on AI, and perhaps aren't such a good doctor when they don't have that crux to fall back on. It's a worrying situation. Most people that are using ChatGPT to offer their papers are not going through the trouble to hide it like that. ChatGPT wouldn't have helped me with my degree. I majored in pure math. Oh, interesting. Just cite ChatGPT as a source is basically what they are saying. Just wing it two days before. That's like citing Stephen Hawking and just submitting a revised version of his thesis. What do you mean is what I described? I've done that. Using ChatGPT the way the university is suggesting is okay, as long as you cite it. Yeah. That's my understanding. And I appreciate the problem they have. Here's another
from whence thou camest.
Here's another
Surely awaits thee.
another awkward case. I'm autistic. I have difficulty expressing myself in a way which most people find natural. Like, I know I come across as strange in the way I present myself and I express myself. And sometimes I have a lot of difficulty expressing ideas. Now, there is this website called Goblin Tools, which provides a set of tools to help neurodivergent people. And one of them is a tool that helps you reword the things that you write to make them more accessible. I use that from time to time. It is very useful to me as a neurodivergent person just to be able to function at the same level that a neurotypical person could. Like, you know, there are times when I would really struggle to express myself clearly to a neurotypical person if it weren't for having access to tools like that. And so, for example, going back to the university example, and I didn't have that advantage when I was at university, but were I to go to university again, I would want to use those tools, and denying me use of them, which they wouldn't do, but were they to do so, could be considered discrimination. Because it is something that helps me overcome my particular disability. That tool is essentially a thesaurus for phrasing, though. You aren't using it to compose your thoughts. Sort of. It will help organise my thoughts. You can put in a brain dump, and it will then spit out coherent paragraphs. Which, to be fair, I would always read again, and I would then edit. I don't just like take what it spits out and use it as is. But yeah, like, it helps a lot. The number of times I have had difficulty explaining something, and that's exactly what I've done. I've written a brain dump of what I'm thinking, which isn't necessarily very intelligible, and then it's given me back something that is actually, you know, fairly easy to understand for neurotypical people, and then I have edited that to correct any mistakes it's made. Or in a few cases to undo things it's done if I feel, for example, like, say it's removed a word because it's a jargon word, but I happen to know that it's jargon which the reader would be expected to understand. You know, if I was writing about programming, for example. That tool is the equivalent of asking a friend, how do you say this without having to ask it? Yeah. That's a fair point. But what I'm trying to get at here is this is a very grey area. It's hard to come up with hard and fast rules where you don't end up with some sort of middle ground where it's like, well, should that count? Also, using ChatGPT for coding is a godsend compared to having to interact with those toxic people on Stack Overflow. The technology is outpacing the ethics as usual. Yeah. I've got a bad feeling that we're not going to get past this boss's stream.
Lead us be, Ashen One.
Oh dear.
Thou art the Lord of Londor, and have thine own subjects to guide.
They're condoning cheating, but until someone develops a way to be sure they are lying, they have to do it. Yeah, I think that is a pretty good summary. I'll put in an all-nighter. Yes, unfortunately I did have to do that once, and let me tell you, I really suffered. That was not good for me at all. He seems rather determined to cancel your subscription to Life. The conversation is too compelling for Frida and her papa. That must be it. They're not ready to lurk in my inventory as a soul. Or pair of souls, as the case may be. Ow, that hurt. Just curious whether hitting him now would do anything. Clearly it doesn't. I don't know where she went. Which is inconvenient. Oh, there you are. Oh dear.
Whence thou camest, Furia surely awaits thee.
I can't help but think that I can probably do a better job here. I could have more Estus, certainly. If I'm not using magic at all, I could have more Estus. And I don't need the Bellowing Dragon Crest ring if I'm not using it at all. What would be the next best ring for me to use, though? I don't think it's lack of Estus. I think it's a lack of using the Estus. Increases strength. Would that increase my damage much, though? That's the question. It's a dex weapon, isn't it? So I'd need to increase my dex, and I don't have a ring to do that. Is there a ring in the game that will increase my dex that I could easily acquire? slightly boost dexterity. It's not bad. Hunter's ring. Do you know where I'd get the hunter's ring? Is it just in a shop I have access to, or is this going to be involve me having to find it? Grand Archives. Wait, I've been there. Have I? Did I miss it? Apparently I did. Wait, that's Hornet Ring. Do you know roughly where it is? Because I'd have to go searching through it again. You'd have to kill the twin princes, according to Shepchi. I've never been that far, obviously. I've killed the twin princes. They're already dead. But I don't think that unlocked... it's in the tower. From Grand Archives Bonfire, run up past the rotating bookcases, go to the top of the archives via elevator and ladders, proceed to the rooftop, cross the bridge with winged knights, enter the building on the far side. It's the Twin Princes boss arena. After defeating them, take the elevator behind them, grab the ring on the balcony. ChatGPT is wrong. Yeah, that sounds very wrong. Maybe I should just look this up on the wiki. See, that's ChatGPT giving an answer that sounds like a plausible response to the question that you asked, without actually understanding what is being asked. Found at the tower with the 3 winged knights before the stairs to Prince Lothric. Oh, and there's a video location, that's nice. Oh, and this is actually someone's just normal playthrough of the game. It looks like. I think I know where that is. I'm not 100% sure what the nearest bonfire is going to be, though. I'm fairly certain... Oh, sorry, I need to go back to Ariadel Chapel. I'm fairly certain that there was just like an elevator that would take me up really, really close to there. It's just I don't remember where that elevator was. It's probably going to lead me running past a bunch of enemies, but it's not like I have a bunch of souls on me that I need to preserve anyway. That's the other issue with using it for offering papers. You won't understand what it doesn't know. Yeah. That's true. So I think it was opposite here. Yeah, I think it's that tower that I'm looking at there. So this is where I wanted to be. But I don't remember the fast way to get here. If there is one. Let me poke my head through here. Yeah, there's an elevator right here. Okay, for future reference... Where does this go? Where would I have had to have been to get in here? To end up here? This isn't going to the ring. This is me just checking what the better path would have been. I'd have had to have been over here. Okay. Where is this? Oh, this is just before the entrance, isn't it? What's this? What is this bonfire called? Grand Archives. Oh, okay. So you just go to the Grand Archives bonfire and go up here. Right, that's what I should have done. All the more you shouldn't be using ChatGPT for things that you don't know. Hey Magnifico, working but lurking. Lovely to see you, Beamer. I hope work isn't too onerous. I hope you're having as good a time as could be expected whilst at work. Did Beamer get a shout out earlier? They did. But we could give them another shout out. Oh goodness me, it's an Avon raid. Oh, you're playing more Kingdoms of Amalur. Avon the Raven, a most intriguing streamer indeed. They're currently journeying through Kingdoms of Amalur re-reckoning. Though one might also find them traversing the realms of Dark Souls, Hollow Knight and Sekiro. Their content is varied with a preference for Souls-like games. Avon is a gender-fluid streamer, welcoming to all. Core. Thanks for the shouty. It's actually automatic whenever someone raids, but you're very welcome. Onerous. Now that's a word you rarely hear these days. Really? I use it quite often. Amalur is 60+ hour game. I'm not going to be done with that for a while. Are you enjoying it at least? I'm stuck on a boss, incidentally, Avon. I'm probably in the right place. Up the top here, I think. I think this is where the Hunter's Ring is, supposedly. Hunter's Ring? Hunter's Ring! Yay! Also, I do think you're right that I wasn't dying just because I was lacking Estus. Blimey. That's what they mean by a winged knight. I'm not actually sure we've fought these before. But that doesn't mean that if I'm going to try and do all the phases of the boss... Oh, an Estus shard that I never found. I wouldn't be better off with additional Estus, if that makes sense. Oh, blimey, look at them. Scary old things. Ow. Quite damaging too. I may die here. That's the way out. That's what I was looking for. You beat Frida? Nope, I have not beat Frida. I'm still stuck on Frida. I've raided in again. Pikachu. Yep, Frida still. Yep, piece of my childhood brought to streaming. Side quest. Yep, I was just respecking slightly. I've stopped using sorcery at all in the fight against Frida. I've gotten better at dealing with the invisibility without having to use sorcery, and so now I'm trying to spec for more melee damage. That's all I'm doing. I'm going to quickly jump back to Firelink to use that Estus shard and reallocate my Estus, and then we're going to get back to fighting Frida. Also, welcome Raiders. To anyone that isn't already familiar with me, I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel. And I play all sorts of games. I play retro games and I play modern games. I play games that require you to think, like puzzle and adventure games. And I also play Reinforced Estus Flash to highest level. Goodness. And I also play more actiony games. Currently, I've got playthroughs of It Takes Two with the wonderful Pikachu, Dark Souls 3 and Night in the Woods on the go. And I also plan to play Demon Souls and Blueprints sometime in the near future.
Pretty be careful.
Sorcery is still good against Frida, even without factoring in the invisibility. How far have you got? I have managed once, just once. I haven't managed to replicate it. Just once I've managed to get to phase 3. Which, what was it? It was like, what was it? Dark Fire Frida or something? I think I'm misremembering that. It was something along those lines though. Just wait till phase 4. I do hope you're joking. Black Flame Frida. Oh, I missed a surprise. I do hope there's not a phase 4. Tato was saying about there being 5 phases, and I took it for a joke at the time. But you never know. Ow. Uh-oh. Google does not bear out there are more than 5 phases. Well, at least I know 5 is the limit. No.
Thou camest, Hyria surely awaits thee.
I can tell you from experience, it is at most 5. And obviously more than 1. Still, we've been having some very interesting conversations while I've been playing, talking about ethics in academia, the problems of academia, the nature of science today, the ethics of the use of AI, tools like ChatGPT, a very lots of controversial topics today. Also, how dominating Sister Frida can be. Yikes. Well, to be fair, everyone's been very respectful. Except for Sister Frida. Except Sister Frida. This is true. Where'd you go? I missed where you went. Nice try. On to phase 2. But to be fair, you are trying to turn her soul into a cooler pack. You do get a neat scythe weapon out of her soul, though. That's nice then. If I take the sum, whole, everything that is this person, I can get something neat out of it. Take and use up the sum, whole, everything that makes up a person. Where'd she go? I don't like this, I can't see her. Why doesn't that heal me? Yes! Her scythe is the one I was talking about that scales with both int and dex. Who even is speaking? Sorry, I'll read chat in a minute. Ow. I'm predicting there's only 3 phases. I am genuinely going to be upset if eventually, I don't know if it'll be today, I beat phase 3 and there's still another phase. Where are you? There you are. Ow! That hurt. Alright, come here. Ow. Oh my goodness. She's beating me quite convincingly, I have to say. Do you mind?
Blessed be Ashen One. Thou art the Lord of London, and have thine own subjects to guide.
I want... I feel like there should be some manner of artificer in this game. With 7 letters left, you're in good sorts at the moment. Yeah, that didn't turn out too well. I don't know what I would have requested her get closer quite so aggressively as you did. You did well. I was not prepared. She is quite formidable in her 3rd phase, it has to be said. No! Did you see that? My weapon got caught on the wall and that's why she didn't get hit. And as a result why I was hit. That was unfortunate. Well, that was a jolly good phase 1. Maybe bring some chocolates next time? Or I don't know, maybe try to kill her less? I've heard though the grapevines she likes... I've heard through the grapevines that she likes chocolate, as well as just food in general. It seems to quell the beast inside. I don't understand that comment, but thank you for the advice all the same. Ow! That jolly well hurt. Wait, did I get some sort of... I don't know how I did it, but I got a crit then. Huh. He seems dissatisfied. He seems particularly offended at some transgression. Any advice for Phase 3? She just absolutely destroyed me last time. Oh, like so. Where have you gone? Blast. Don't die. 11 Estus. You're on a roll. And it still wasn't enough. Advice for Phase 3. Don't die. Keep... Advice for any game. Keep something on your health bar while lowering theirs to 0.
Return from whence thou camest. Furia surely awaits thee.
I've learned that health is a resource. Use it. A win with 1 HP is still a win. The problem is, I don't know her moveset in Phase 3 very well, and she has a lot of very damaging attacks that they're essentially very quick, and you know they can cover. She can cover a lot of ground quickly. I'll read that in a second. Ow. Oh no, I thought I had her. Either close the gap quickly or strike from range. You can use the tricks from phase 1 as well, so be wary of that. There's an indicator on the ground where frostbite is about to show up. The damage isn't instant. Taking fire damage while frostbitten, Black Flame steals both fire and dark, will reset frostbite and allow her to apply it again immediately. Allow her to apply it again immediately. Interesting. Also, when purchasing living room furniture, the first thing you should check is how well it sleeps. What? Do you have an unfortunate history of purchasing mimics by mistake? Oh, I mucked that up. Blast.
Return from whence thou
That could
camest.
have gone better.
Here it surely awaits thee.
I'd have laughed like a fool on bath salts if she'd done it to me, though. Have a lovely lower caveman.
From whence
Oh
thou
dear.
camest. Here surely awaits thee.
Be mindful of not prying too much into people's lives. I don't think any,
Return from whence whence thou camest.
Oh dear.
Fury surely awaits thee.
I think everything's good for now, but... Just nipping that one in the bud. There's a summon you don't need Ember for. Interesting.
Return from whence thou camest. Furia surely awaits thee.
I'll probably forego the summon for now, but that is interesting to know. Thank you. Especially for you to come back for your luck, just to let me know. Your Twitch is mad. Interesting. Mad in what sense? Mad angry or
From
mad?
whence thou camest. Furia surely awaits thee.
Acting in a not entirely rational fashion. Like Mad Hatter Mad, exactly. I wish I had advice at Magnifico, but I just used the biggest sword in my possession to bonk Frida. That's alright. It's fine. I just worry about you guys getting bored and you ladies. I'm fine just doing this over and over again. Oh, dearie me. Where'd you go? There you are. There you are. No! That was well dodged on her part, I have to say. The Great Sword, Ultra Great Sword, is great for bonking. Oh, FUGS? Guts Great Sword, Best Great Sword. Fume Ultra Great Sword. I know some people do, but in my opinion, if you watch Twitch for the gameplay, you are missing out most of the point. What did you think I meant, Beamer? Can confirm this does in fact work. Well, I was just saying, do you mean mad as in angry, or as Beamer quite eloquently put it, mad as in Mad Hatter mad? Moment there, I was inside the bowl. I think I got some sort of crit there, but I must admit I was struggling to follow what was happening. Goodness. Right, does she actually get up again? Or does she spawn elsewhere? She does. So wherever she was before, she remains. Where has she gone? There you are. No!
And have thine own subjects to guide.
I never bothered with that one. I think I got the other one with his soul. What do you mean by that? Not sure. Speaking in tongues, perhaps. Agreed. What do you shoot for gameplay or just play? It's the interaction that's the fun part. I got it from Invader NPC. Big shit. I'm having a hard time fixing the TTS announcer. Remember, keep health in your bar while removing her health. I'm debating trying out different services for it. We love the TTS to death. I as well am looking to trying out different health bar service. What was I thinking? It's not going to matter in phase 2 which one I kill first, is it? It's not like if I kill her, I'll be fighting him instead, like I would with Ornstein and Smaug. His mind tends to be completely depleted. Nope. That hurt.
Return from whence thou camest. Furia surely awaits thee.
Mine constantly has to be replenished, and to be honest, the preparation necessary is a bit tedious. I have to focus on Big Boy until she tries to heal. Yeah, I found just focusing him down seems to be the most effective strat. Check my rings quickly. Definitely want that. Definitely want that. Probably don't need that. Could get my dexterity a bit higher. The other benefit to Big Bonk Sword is free to get staggered from like every hit, even last phase. Ooh. But I'd need. I don't have strength. Using the strength ring, I could get it up to 16, but I'm not sure that would be enough. Boost attacks as long as attacking persists. Let's give that a go. Yeah, you don't have to build. You don't have to build for it. That's annoying. Right, why was my attack not boosted there? I got 3 hits in a row. Oh, now it is. But now it's back. Back down low. Means you gotta be Speedy Gonzalez in there. You could always strip it all and just do a Leroy Jenkins stuff for fun and see how long you can live. Practice for the RL1 run. That move is killer. Oh, I didn't see which move. Me and friend both used GUG, and when Invader came in, we would occasionally get lucky and stagger our attacks, which resulted in the player rolling to avoid the first sword and getting hit by the second sword. Machine gun blows from the great swords. It was great. They'd roll attacks 1, 3, 5, etc. and get hit by attacks 2, 4, 6. Interesting. I don't actually follow that explanation. Sounds like you may be playing the game at a slightly more advanced level than I am. Yes. Where'd Frida go? She's not there. Where's Frida? Frida? There you are. There you are. No, stop it. Oh dear. They would dodge one person and get hit immediately by the next. 2 versus 1 essentially. You had 2 players using Greatsword, Ultra Greatsword. 2 players swing slightly after each other. The invader rolls for attack 1 but gets hit by the one just after. Next the time it takes to drink Estus is too high. Goodness, you should play Dark Souls 2. I'm not sure I was getting enough value out of that ring. I might legitimately be better off just going with the one that gives me even more dex. Oh, I shouldn't. The neighbours' children would learn some new profane words that their parents don't even know. You should play DS2. I eated the disc. Wow, that's not a lot more damage. That is not worth it. I don't know which ring is going to be worth it, but that is definitely not worth it. I got 4 more damage off of that ring. Don't know how I survived that, but fantastic. Good. There's a great game called The First Berserker Kaizen, which is like Dark Souls and Sekiro's adult baby. You'd love it. Sorry? That conversation went in a direction I did not understand. Let's play a game called Chat Decides My Rings. What rings should I be wearing, chat? Serious suggestions only. Oh dear. I'm happy with Claire. Obscure, COD, Minecraft. You should play the original Battletoads, so that one you should wear that one. I'd have to see what you have. Or maybe the other one would be okay. Physical damage negation ring is one of the best. Do you know what it's called? Currently I've got the Estus ring, the Hunter's ring, the Carthus milk ring, and the Chloranthy ring. Of those, the Carthus milk ring's the most obvious to change. I don't know if I'm getting enough out of the Hunter's ring either. I'm sure it's boosted my damage, but has it boosted it enough to justify itself? Something steel ring. Out of curiosity, how much would my damage go up with the Knight's ring, if at all? I'm not sure I can tell. Probably not much, because I'm not built for scaling with strength. I'm just thinking my strength is so low anyway. I don't think I have any sort of steel ring. Ring of steel protection. But theft is bad. Only of course. Ring of favour is always a good one. Chill pipe may help you as well. That's a good point. Let's go with... Alright, we'll go with this for now. Doesn't actually offer me much more health, but still. Why do you not have steel protection? I guess I never found it. Ring of Favour and Protection is also good, not gonna lie. It's in the Ancient Wyvern Arena. Pretty sure I fought that Ancient Wyvern, but I've forgotten where they are. Unless I'm getting confused between my Souls games.
From whence thou camest, Huria surely awaits thee.
Ancient Wyvern was the one-shot plunge? Oh, with you. I remember where that is now. Oh, the steel ring's around there. Is the steel ring going to be such a big improvement it's worth going for, though? Tell you what, I'll make an attempt now, just because I don't want to waste this ember in case I die whilst running around the Ancient Wyvern Arena. But I could go looking for that ring of steel protection afterwards. Ow. Blast. Probably not, to be honest. Steel Ring is the only armor this game has. You can use stuff like Carthus Rouge. That phantom rolling around was distracting. Alright, let's go looking for this ring of steel protection quickly before I make another attempt against that boss. Dragon King Mausoleum, was that the one? I think that is the closest. She is resistant to all status effects and immune to frostbite. Suboptimal. Hang on. I may well die here. I remember the enemies in this area being quite dangerous. Right, where's the enemy they summoned? Who, interestingly, doesn't get unsummoned when you defeat her. And there we go. I think it was a previous bonfire. Alright, we can go to the previous one. I think they both will end up in the right place, but we can go this way instead. You're too high up for Ring of Steel Protection. Oh, okay, so it's towards the bottom. Fair enough. Oh yeah, this is actually closer than I thought it was. Yep, I take it back. I thought this was slightly further away with more enemies between me and the place we were going, but I see now that it is not. Okay, so I'm just searching around for some unlooted item, it would seem. Was the sky always this blue? Or did that only happen after I defeated the Nameless King? Was it Nameless King or Nameless God? One or the other. That did not go well for them. Nameless King, it was King. Ah, could this be it? No. Just a Titanite chunk. Ooh, a ladder that I am sure I missed before. Is this it? No, that's Twinkling Titanite. Could this be an illusion? Probably not, but we can check. It is not an illusion. It is very much real. Are you heading to the Ringed City DLC? Yes, eventually. As Tato very patly responded. Yes. Ow. That was unpleasant. Okay. Interesting. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Anywho, moving on. Okay. What's being done currently then? Just wondering. I'm grabbing the Ring of Steel Protection, which apparently I missed before, and then I'm going back to trying to defeat the boss I've been trying to defeat all stream. Namely Frida and her father. No! Ring of Steel Protection. Also, ring was to the right from the bell. Oh, okay, so I went the wrong way. That you see when you enter the boss arena. Missed selfie moment. So still on Frida. I think most people feel Nameless King is harder than Frida. Oh, up here possibly. Maybe he is. All I can say is I've been stuck on Frida all this stream. I am not seeing this ring. Nameless King is easy. It's down there. Down where? Right ahead. Ah! Ahaha! Got it! Excellent. The only reason I worked that out was because of all these, I suddenly thought to myself, wait, why have so many people put messages down right over here? I don't know about easy, but I don't think Nameless King was bad myself. How are you, Meteorita? If you don't mind my asking. So let's try swapping out the Ring of Favour and Protection for the Ring of Steel Protection. And see if I do... It's just the Ring of Favour, isn't it? Sorry, the Ring of Favour and Protection was in the previous two games. Let's put swap out the Ring of Favour for the Ring of Steel Protection to see if I do any better or worse. I might drop by Firelink because I've got a few souls on me. Actually, do I have a few souls on me, or did I... Are they gone now? I think they may be gone now. Yeah, I have no souls on me. Never mind. Let's head back to Ariadale Chapel. It was a good fight, just easier than Freed. Wish me luck again. Ow. Did I remember to ember up? I'm not sure I did. That was interesting. She didn't decide to jump. Usually she does.
Return from whence thou camest.
Oh well.
Thee.
I feel like Frida was by far harder than the Nameless King. Maybe I should consider upgrading all my armor. I haven't upgraded any of my armor at all up to this point. Try Carthus Rouge? Which one was that? Just puts better bleed on your weapon. Oh. Wait, is it the equivalent of... Oh, is it a ring? Is it a ring, or is it the equivalent of, like, pine resin?
Hero surely awaits thee.
Also, is she taking any bleed damage at all? Yeah, it's like resin. Oh, flame, grant me strength. Do I have any of this Carthus Rouge? Yes. Not a lot, but I do. She will. Wait, wrong game. Just has high resistance to it. You can buy infinite of it from Old Lady. Oh, I didn't ember up. Wow, I can see that bleed doing work. It's good. Hello there, Papa Frida. Needing to reposition. Getting a lot better at finding her when she disappears. No! They got me.
And have thine own subjects to guide.
Oh dear. I'm gonna have to pop back to Firelink then and see how much this Carthus Rouge is gonna set me back. I think when she's... Oh, I've already got more. Okay, I must have a bunch in storage. That's nice. I think when she starts glowing gold, if you hit her, it stops healing. Oh, I thought she put down like a magic sphere that glowed gold. I didn't realise she was the one glowing gold. Interesting. No! The gold glow is her using a miracle to heal them. I'm gonna run out of ember at this rate. I suddenly went silent. Am I still silent? That was weird. No. Huh, I don't know what caused that, I'm sorry to say. Good. Could be going a lot worse. If you're just going to get in the way like that, I'll focus on you instead then. Wasn't going to. Why doesn't that fire hurt her? Oh, dearie me. You were mid-sentence and you went silent and your avatar was still talking. Blimey. That is very strange. I don't know anything that should have caused an effect like that. Oh, I'm finally running out of Carthus Rouge. Right, back to Firelink then. Probably a mic hiccup. I guess so, but technically I don't know what would have caused that. There shouldn't have been any physical reason. Nothing should have become disconnected. Must be something that went wrong with the processing on my computer. Right, how much is Carthus Rouge going to set me back? Oh, 1,000 apiece, that's fine.
Be sure to bring more souls.
I'll do my best. Right, what have I got in way of hard souls? What about this large crestfallen knight soul? 20,000, so that's 20 Carthus Rouge. That's not bad, is it? Thank you.
Ashen One.
Back we go. Pine resin. What about pine resin? Oh, hang on. Good. Fire does increased damage, especially in phase 2. If you can get Pine Resin, maybe do so. She is resistant to all status effects, while Ariadel is weak to all. Stop that. She's embered up. I've only just realised the significance of what I'm looking at here. She's an Ashen one too. Was she the Ashen one that the man that sent us in here was originally talking about? I've forgotten his name, but I think it began with G, and I think we met his daughter. Is it Gale? No! Slave Knight Gale.
Subjects to guide.
Fire isn't a status, it's an element. If I have any pine resin, I could give it a go. charcoal pine resin. Ariadel is weak to flame, yes. Charcoal pine resin for fire. Okay. How much is this going to set me back? Not a lot.
Ashen One, be sure to bring more souls.
He may have been the one to send her here, but she's letting the painting rot instead of burning it away to create a new world. Oh, is that why they want it burnt away? That was never made clear to me. I thought the issue here was that because of the rot, people were suffering. And so it was, do we destroy the whole world, or do we let it persist longer and have people suffering? And she wasn't prepared to destroy the whole world, whereas we were. But I see I've misunderstood.
Ashen One.
Hey Vilma. Lovely. I'm not going mad, am I? You were here earlier, I think. Lovely to see you again. Hope you're still doing all right. Which is why he wants you to kill her. Useful information. She is parryable. I'm not very good at parrying. Hug Vilma. A warm embrace for you, dear Vilma, courtesy of Pikachu. It does end the current world. The painter just also creates a new one. The painter? Who's the painter? Hey Pikachu. Hi Vilma. Yes, had a lovely time with my parents. Oh, that's wonderful. Hey, Raven. Take a look at the summon, even if you're not going to summon him. He's left of the stairs. Stairs? Probably not down here. The painter should be up a ladder in the chapel now. Oh, was it Gale's daughter? The stairs leading to the boss room. Oh, those stairs. Huh. Well then. Whom are we fighting? We're still on Frida. I've been trying to defeat Frida and her father all stream, and I have had no luck.
Thou art Ash. Thou hast a pact made with Uncle Gale, so I wish to tell thee all.
Oh, it was her uncle.
Behold its size. This is my canvas. It's to be a cold, dark, and very gentle place.
Interesting.
But first, I must see flame. I wish to paint a picture of a cold, dark, and very gentle place. One day,
Blimey, look at that hair.
it will make someone a goodly home. That's why I must see flame. I wish to paint a pic of it one day. That's why I must.
I see. Okay. You can interact with summon signs and back out of summoning then. Oh, I did not realise this. Slave Knight Gale. Oh, I see. Why not? I'll give it one go with the summon. I feel like every summon is going to make the fight harder. Let's just go with one summon. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Can I get fire and bleed, or has one replaced the other? I think I am getting both. Yeah, I think I am. The one on the stairs wasn't NPC. Fun fact, Slave Knight Gale is the only summon that doesn't increase boss stats. Oh! Sith. Well, I know that, but I meant for DS3. Just parry! I can't parry! Also, where's Gale? I summoned him, but he's not here. There we go. No, you can stop that. Is Gale still there? Gale's still there. Gale might get the final hit at this rate. Just falls off the chair. I've not seen that before. Is Gale gone now? No. Good. I'm gonna need you. Alright, Gale, let's give this our best shot. That's the spirit. Where'd she go? And Slave Knight Gale's dead. Get off. Well, I survived the beheading for the first time ever. I'm still being absolutely destroyed though. No!
Thou art the Lord of London, and have thine own subjects.
Goodness me. Kel is running late. Hello, Pikachu. Fashionably late. Lovely to see you again, Mole Man. How are you today? Oh, you already posted, and I've already read out some of the things you said, but still. Lovely to see you all the same. He shows up for Phase 2. His purpose is to make the duo fight slightly more manageable. You can't parry? I don't believe that. Wait a minute. I'll have to have a look at that clip later. You cannot apply 2 resins at a time. Oh, can I not? If it helps, when I summon Gale, I switch to magic for Phase 3. She focuses on him, and as a result, I can get a few casts in with relatively little consequence. The problem is I'm not built for magic right now. Sup and nice work. Unfortunately, I failed, RQDP. Still, lovely to see you. Hope you're well. Also, you can Ember mid-fight. I recommend saving the Ember for 3rd phase since it acts as a heal as well. Second one will override the first one. Okay. I'll bear that in mind. Which one do I want to go with then? Probably the bleed. I will keep embering at least for now, but I will bear in mind what you've just said. Let's get Gale to join us. That other summon that was actually a player has disappeared, haven't they? Second one will override the first one. Charcoal is more useful overall, do you think? Alright, I can go with the charcoal. Use bleed for 1st and 3rd and fire for 2nd. That's not a bad idea. That does unfortunately mean I have to have both on the bar, but so be it. For 4th and 5th phase, you can do it. Wish me luck. Oh, blimey, she got ranged there. Ow! Where are you? I did not expect that. Not a great start, is it? No! Oh my goodness, I fluffed that. Siege Brow also helps here since it increases frost resistance and heals. Interesting. Siege Brow. Think bleed would be good for all phases, no? Thought you'd think drinking a brew would be a hindrance. Although you'd think drinking a brew would be a hindrance. I don't know, Dutch courage? Oh, I must have been much lower on health than I realised. I thought I was near full health. Oh, I bet when I drank that Estus flask at the end of phase 1, it didn't count. So my health was never restored. Try it again. It's going to be a sad day once I do actually start running out of the I don't really want... as tempting as it is to invite in another player to help me, I don't really want to do that, do I? Oh gee willikers, there's so many players here. There are indeed. That was an unfortunate place for you to land. Deary me. Violet, if she's resistant to all status effects, then the overall damage from fire will be better than the 1 bleed proc you'd get per phase. Uh-oh. Keep her busy, Gale. Come on, Gale. 1 or 2 more hits on her, that's all. Never mind. Right, phase 3. Oh, dearie me. Oh, hey, Omaha. Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Good luck. The screaming and transformation remind me of Vicar Amelia from Bloodborne. I'm okay, thinking face. Oh, I'll read out that shout out in a second. Thank you for giving Omaha a shout out though. Jolly good of you, Pikachu. Oh, I'm using the wrong thing. Trying to heal. Do you know where she is even when she's invisible? Because if so, that is remarkably useful. I'm trying hard here, but my goodness, I'm just not doing enough damage. She's so tanky for how damaging she is. Oh, and Gale's down. That's not good. That's not good at all. No! Oh, if I didn't get caught on that wall, I probably would have done it. My goodness me. Omaha, a self-proclaimed old gamer, appears to be on a quest to conquer every game known to humankind. They seem particularly fond of challenging themselves with no shield and fast roll runs. Perhaps as a way to prove their gaming prowess? One can only hope they have enough health potions to survive their adventures. Oh my, thank you. Bloodborne! Hi Pikachu. That's an awesome shout out. Corners. Sometimes the fast roll giveth, sometimes the fast roll taketh away. Also, not self-proclaimed. I am truly old. Frosty Tools has beef with me. Good day. Tato appears to be a rather enigmatic individual shrouded in mystery. The last time broadcast, intriguing titled "Stop Talking Me, You Bot." Sorry, suggests a playful banter of technology. Alas, we possess little information regarding their recent activities or interests. One can only speculate what delightful content they may offer in future streams. Actually, wait, did you stop using magic? I have stopped using magic, yes. Oh, I lost track of her there.
Return from whence thou camest.
That's an iron.
Hiriash
Why not did? Learn Pyro. He's a Dex Int hybrid build. Magic is not for the weak in this case. Magic will always be for weak. Because it just wasn't helping enough. I was only using the magic in this combat to reveal where she was when she was invisible, and I've gotten a lot better at predicting where she is when she's invisible, and that then allowed me to change my rings around in order to do more damage with my melee weapon. I don't think this would be a good fight to do solely with magic anyway, because that would be the other choice, going a pure ranged build. So what I'm saying is I don't think the hybrid build is optimal here, and the pure range build doesn't seem to be good here, so I've just gone pure melee. That's annoying.
Fury surely awaits thee.
See you soon, Pikachu. Just parry her first phase. I think I'm going to go back and grab some more embers from Firelink. I'm not good enough at parrying, Dato. We tried parrying the first time I fought her. Range is especially good for phase 3, though it's doable in all phases.
Ah, Ashen One, be sure to bring more.
I will. Also, did you find Pontiff's mother? I did not. I did not find Pontiff's mother, or if I did, I did not recognize her as such. The tree that's probably his mother. Oh, darn. I knew exactly where she was and I
Return
attacked.
from whence thou camest. Fury
But she
surely
got in
awaits thee.
first. Welcome back, Half-Lurk. She would have been guarded by the ice crabs. Interesting. There would have been a sorcery at her base, and before approaching it, she would have been non-hostile. Killing her would have dropped a ladder near the ice crabs. Oh. No, I did not find that. Is that near the last boss fight? The one with the grave tender? Yeah, it's in the depths of the painting. Oh, that went incredibly well. 13 Estus Flask left. That doesn't mean I will win here, but I think this is the best phase 1 and 2 we've had yet. Where is she? There she is. Oh, don't get too close because she's about to explode. That goes for you too, Gale. Stop picking on Gale. I'm struggling to get the last few hits in. She's gonna get me, and I can't stop it. Okay. Gale, keep her distracted for just a little longer. Hopefully that was enough. It may not have been. Deeply upsetting.
Leave us be.
Ah!
Thou art the Lord of Mordor, and have thine own subjects to guide.
What a pity. It was close. It was so blessed for most of it. I won't get as clean a phase 1 and 2 again, I don't think.
Return from whence thou camest. Furia surely awaits
I think
thee.
you should have used the magic balls to stagger her. Affinity was the name? Yeah, magic in phase 3 is really good because it interrupts her. Affinity would have worked wonders. Okay, I'll bear that in mind. Oh, the Carthus Rouge is running out. Okay. I'll have to pop back to Firelink then. Yeah, I need to use a soul, don't I? Or a couple. I reckon I'll have ended up using more souls getting this win than I'll get back. Where's the Carthus Rouge? There it is. Thank you.
Ashen one.
Back we go. You don't need the Ember to summon Gale, but I do need the Ember for extra health. Alright, do I need to summon Gale again? Yes. On account of the fact that I left the area. Let's try this again, shall we? Oh, wrong one. Never mind, I'll work with this one then. I should have just attacked.
Return from whence thou
Never mind.
camest. Furia surely awaits thee.
Left Uncle Gale hanging. Have these changed order? No. No, I've just gone a little crazy there for a second. You almost get absolutely bodied in phase 1 or almost win. There's no in between. Slave Knight Gale has died already? This has never happened before. Not in phase 2. What is this? Well, I mean, I'm just gonna die here. There's not much I can do now. Mic malfunction? Is there a problem? Is there a problem with the mic? Pikachu, we should do a GoFundMe for some Get Good, maybe. Lies of Pikachu. No mic is good to go. There was. I couldn't hear before, but can now. Strange. I wonder why that keeps happening. That's the second time someone's complained of that this evening. That wasn't too bad. No, keep going, heal. Stop that now. Since they share a health bar, do they share a bleed pool? Here we go. Oh, swapping weapon gets rid of the Carthus Rouge. That's right, tag team. I beg your pardon. Leave Gale alone. Yes, come on. No, don't die now. You can get the kill, Gale. I don't mind. I'm not bothered. Just make sure she dies. No, wrong one. That's what I wanted. Yes! I think he did actually get the finishing blow. But I don't care. That's still a victory. That's a victory for Team Gale and forgotten our character's name. How embarrassing is this? Where do I see my character's name? Monique. That was a victory for Team Gale and Monique. Wait, what? 2 bonfires right next to each other. Excuse me? Well, victory's a victory. That counts. However incompetent I may have been. The 2 of you got caught between Fried and the father instead of dividing them properly. Gale's relatively fragile, so it happens sometimes. Your awesomeness is somehow rendering the mic unable to hear you, probably. I don't think so. Mike again. Now you can drink cold Estus. Monique, I guess. Ring City time! Best bosses away. Hopefully they're not harder. Light bonfire. Will lighting the other bonfire light this place up? Travel to the Dreg Heap. Oh, is the Dreg Heap how we get to the Ringed City? Oh, you didn't clip that. That was the most unimpressive victory I have had, possibly against any boss. You could argue actually the victory against the demon in the Undead Asylum when we went back there in Dark Souls 1 was a worse victory because I died, but it still counted. Go talk to the Panther. What? Hopefully. Yeah, you better hope. Painter. Oh, clip what I wish to clip. Fair enough. Should I, before I speak to the painter, should I try and find this tree? Because I assume this whole land is going to be wiped clean. Is it Champions? No, Depths of the Painting? Let's go check out this tree and then we'll speak to the painter, shall we? Peeps, have a wonderful night. I'll be lurking. Enjoy your time. Thank you again for dropping by, Vilma. I do appreciate it. Very nice of you. Boop, a most courteous tap up on Pikachu's nose. Dodge. Or not. What a nimble dodge from Pikachu. Where am I going? If I'm looking for this tree. That takes me to the boss, doesn't it? I think it does. Which obviously we're not doing, because I've already defeated that boss. I just heard... Yep, someone's firing arrows at me. This way? Doesn't really matter. Yes, the painted wall is on fire, but it doesn't finish burning until the player no longer goes there. Yep, this way. Have a lovely lurk, Vilma. I'll have a look at those clips later. This tree. Well, they're hostile, so it's not them. Poor soul ahead. You? You're hostile, so it's not you. Have I gone the wrong way? Oh my goodness, there's a Slayer costume in Crab Souls. Wait, what? Okay, she can crawl towards me. I was not aware of this. They're gonna kill me! I was quite happy to let bygones be bygones. Snap freeze. Am I going this way? No, it's her. That was her. I don't see any ladder. You said it would drop a ladder and I thought she wasn't supposed to be hostile. Huh. Oh well. She's non-hostile until you get close and then she loses her mind. That is quite disturbing when you think about it. I'm going to use the... Hang on. I'm going to get out of the way of being hit by that tree. Oh, there's the ladder. Right. I have no idea where this is taking me. Am I going to get hit? No. Go back up the hill. Goodness. Goodness me. Where is this taking me? Okay. Okay. Nice view. Another ladder. Is this going to bring me up by the laddersmith's body? Because I think we did find a laddersmith's body around here somewhere. Ages ago. The ladder only spawns in when you kill Pontiff's mum. This is the reason people think Laddersmith Gilligan was Pontiff's dad. I thought we also found Laddersmith Gilligan's body here, though. Ooh. Well, I've not been here before, and I got a Titanite slab for my troubles. Oh dear. Oh, it was in the profaned capital. That's my faulty memory again, then. Yes, I remember now. It still proves that he was about... he was in this part of... maybe not this part of the world, but you know what I mean. Like, he wasn't completely disconnected from Dark Souls 3 in the sense that it could have been the case, but wasn't. That, you know, he died long before the events of Dark Souls 3 and had never been to this part of the world. There is no connection whatsoever. Clearly that wasn't the case if we found his not too decomposed body in the profaned capital. Interesting. I think it's a bit of a stretch to make the connection to Pontiff there, but I can see what the... I can at least see how that leap of logic was made. Because we don't really know that was Pontiff's mother, do we?
Those who aren't kin to fire cannot paint a world. Those absorbed by fire must not paint a world. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten, Mother.
Interesting. The friendly Corvian in the Corvian settlement also has a Titanite slab for you. Ooh. I think I know the one you mean. I don't remember where the nearest bonfire was, mind you. Stowy Mount... Oh, Corvian settlement. That'll be it. Alrighty then. I'm trying to orient myself. It's been a while since I've been here. The one in here, isn't it? Or have I made them up? I could have sworn there was a friendly Corvian in here. Have they moved, or have I made them up? I believe the sorcery you picked up is one of Pontiff's. Pontiff was also canonically born in the Painted World. That's why people think that was his mother. I see. I haven't seen the evidence for all these things, but I'm sure you're right. Can you help me find the friendly Corvian? Was that the one that walked past me? Is that you? No? He moved. Ah. Do you know where he is now? Ah.
Oh,
Found him.
my, thank you.
Oh, his eyes are different to the others.
the sound of my home.
White
The
instead of black.
painting of Arendelle, burning away.
Titanite slab. Thank you. I did not mean to get onto that ladder. No, I want to speak. The friendly Corvian is by the ladder near his house.
When the world rots, we set it afire.
You
for the
might be
sake
blind.
of the next world. It's the one thing we do right, unlike those fools on the outside.
Interesting. That doesn't preclude the possibility that the fools on the outside do other things, right, that you don't, though.
When the world rots, it's
Okay. Right. Time to head to the painter, then. That's our next stop. Don't know whether I'm going to end up using that Titanite slab, but you never know. I could check out the scythe. You did mention that you get a scythe boss weapon that scales with int and dex, which sounds ideal for me, since I'm running an int dex build. Go talk to Yuri now that you have freed soul, then get freed scythe from Ludleth. Oh, okay. Alright, we can do that before I speak to the painter then. And then we're starting on the path to the Ringed City, I think. And so I am told some of the best bosses in the game. Right, where's Yuria? Yuria's round here, isn't she? You can talk to the painter at any point before finishing the Ringed City. Interesting. So finishing the Ringed City is the trigger for something.
Our lord and liege,
Hello.
'twas the soul of my sister, Elfrida.
Elfrida.
A poor wench turned to ash.
Turned to
Lord
ash. She wasn't
abandoned
initially.
If thou wouldst, let it nourish thy lordship, and in return do her one small kindness. Remember those who stayed by her to the end, in the shadows cast by fire.
Her father and some of the
lastly, my
Corvians?
lord, take up thy rightful mantle of usurper.
Our lord and liege, I prithee, play the usurper. When the moment cometh to link the fire, wrest it from its mantle. The age of fire was founded, but the gods are no more.
Yeah, we've heard that
Be
before.
safe.
Okay, so in terms of endings, I still have a choice between doing what Yuria wants or doing what the Firekeeper and I discussed. What was that? What was the thing we discussed with the Firekeeper after I gave her the eye?
Welcome home, speak. Ashen one, if thine heart should bend, kill me, and strip these eyes from my person.
I shall not be doing that.
I will return as the Firekeeper I once was.
Letting the fire just die. Ah,
as it has always been.
interesting.
Farewell.
So that would, what would that do? Create a permanent Age of Dark as opposed to a temporary one? Oh, hang on, you said speak to Ludleth, and I didn't do that. I hope Yuria won't mind us using her sister's soul to make a weapon. I could imagine she might take issue with such an act.
Aha, thou returned, and a fine day it is. So, happened upon any twisted souls?
Funny you should say that. Right. Actually, I didn't check how many souls I've got. Quite a few, as it would happen. Frida's Great Scythe, is that the one? I see Dex and Int scaling. Considerably less physical damage, but a fair bit more magic. But this is unleveled, you've also got to remember that. I'm one strength too low to wield it. Well, that can be remedied very easily. Can we take a rain check on the ending questions? I've no issues explaining them, but it's best to discuss the endings in one fell swoop. Yeah, that's okay. I'll get Frida's Great Scythe. Hold on, let me just double check. That is Rose of Ariadne. I just thought the same soul's probably used for something else. It's a whip. I think we want the scythe.
I took the mantle of Lord of Cinder of mine own volition. I speak these words with pride. Choose thy fate alone. Seize it with thine own hands. All the more.
Take care. 1 strength and 2 faith. Oh.
Welcome home, speak. Very well, then take Nari.
Alright, 1 strength.
Farewell.
That's almost all the souls used up. So that's where all the souls I just earned went. Let me just check. If I go back to that weapon, the scythe, wherever it's gone. You're right, I'd need 2 more faith. I missed that. I don't know why the scythe needs faith, but the scythe is worth it in my opinion. Speaking of equipment, I should change my rings back. So let's go back to having the Bellowing Dragon Crest ring, and was it the Sage's ring, the other one I had? Yes. That's all sorted. Right, speak to the painter, that's next on the list. Magic Clutching will also buff the scythe, by the way, since it also does magic damage. That is a good point I hadn't considered. That is a very good point I hadn't considered. I'd have more rings that could buff my damage using the scythe. I've got a feeling I may well end up using this as my... because for a long time I've been using the Uchigatana because I've been unable to find a weapon that's better than it. Which is odd, because I picked it up early. In Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, I had the experience of... I started with a terrible weapon fairly early on, like, you know, within the first stream, 2 at the most. I picked up a weapon that was really quite decent, and I'd invest a bunch of levels into it, and it would get me halfway through the game, maybe 2/3. But by that point, I'd get my hands on something really good, usually a boss weapon, and then... yeah, there'd be just a sudden jump in how deadly my character is. I'd suddenly be doing like 50% or twice the damage I was before. 50% more damage or twice the damage. I haven't had that experience in this game. The only thing that worries me is that getting 2 more levels is going to be so expensive at the moment that I might not even manage that until I get towards the end of the DLC, the Ringed City one, the second DLC, at which point I may only be using the scythe for like 2 boss battles or something. Still, we'll see. I think Leonard's weapon also scales with int and dex, but you sort of put that by the wayside.
I can hear the fire crackle.
Thank you for the follow, Georgius. I do appreciate it. Very kind of you.
My thanks, Ashen One. I will finish the painting of a cold, dark, and very gentle place.
Does this mean she is going to
so that it might
survive?
make a home for someone someday.
Because that implies the spot she is currently sitting on isn't going to burn.
My thanks that I will have a cold so that it might.
So at the very least, part of this room is going to be in both paintings.
My thanks I will have a so that it might.
I guess that's everything. Take out the Winged Knights on Lothric Castle rooftop. That gives decent souls and a Titanite slab the first time you kill them. Okay. Do you mean take them out repeatedly, farm them? Or... is this a one-time thing? If you need to, then yes, farm them. Okay. I'm gonna need a roughly... What's it gonna be? 120,000 souls, I think? It might be more than that. Oh no, not quite that. We're looking at about 110,000 souls I'm gonna need to level twice. It's quite a bit. If you have Covetous Silver Serpent Ring and Shield of Wand equipped, they give even more souls. I don't know if I may have the Shield of Wand. I think I have the... Oh no, that's for items. I was going to say the Mimic Helmet, but that's for items, isn't it? Covetous Silver Serpent Ring. That's a very good point. Right, so, heading to the Ringed City DLC. Mimic Helmet also buffs Spell Acquisition, but it's risky. Is that... Oh, was that supposed to be Soul? I see. Goodness. So, I take it this is the start of the Ringed City DLC. If this is the Ringed City, it has seen better days, let me tell you. I've forgotten what this place was called, but we kept hearing about it, didn't we? I think it began with a V. Take the plunge. Oh, hello there.
Oh, your head's square on your shoulders, is it? I thought that clambering
fingers?
tin can was the last. But here we go again. What is it you
Clambering
want
tin
from this
can?
old stone-humped hag? I've nothing for you,
Stone-humped?
not a smithereen. I just like to stand here and take in the view.
Why is she chained up? I have business with you. What? Do I? I don't know if I do. Do I? Do I have business with her?
Well, that came out of nowhere. You think an old stone-humped hag would be brimming with goodies?
The Ring City is longer than Ash's Variedale, but
None
it's still
of
pretty
that,
short. If you're going to
not a
farm, you should do it nowish.
smithereen.
Well then. More embers available. I mean, I'll take them.
Keep your marbles intact, love.
Thank you.
At least until I lose mine.
Rightio. Hopefully you'll forgive me, but I think this is where I will call it tonight, because I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. What's the time? Yeah, it's just gone 9. Did you finish Ariadale? I did. Hey, Daddy Arnie. I hope you're well. Not the... sorry that you've just joined just as I'm finishing up. Fair enough. Have an excellent day. Let me see. Who should I be raiding? Who's streaming? Who's streaming? We could raid partially Pasty Petunia, who's playing Tomb Raider. They do say they're a Souls gamer, though. What was I thinking? So thank you for joining me, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again on Wednesday. That'll be more Night in the Woods. That's a game about a young lady who dropped out of college, that is university, came back to her hometown. Her friends all have jobs and responsibilities, and she's trying to work out what she's going to do with her life. Excellent music. That one was recommended to me by Bex, who is currently running a fundraiser for her cat. Her cat needs some dental work done. Poor Toby has some diseased teeth that he needs being removed. Her Twitch name is puncozy_, and the cozy is spelt with a K. Where was I? I've got a few more people to thank. So thank you, Queen Lou, for the follow. That was 21 hours ago. Thank you to Stellar TV for the follow. That was 6 hours ago. And thank you to 404 Georgius Not Found for the follow. That was 7 minutes ago. I do appreciate it. Ooh, Pasty. Indeed, we'll be raiding Pasty. So I've discussed when my next streams are coming up. So, Friday's going to be more Dark Souls 3. And then next Monday will be a mix of It Takes Two with Pikachu and then some Night in the Woods afterwards. Basically, I'm alternating Night in the Woods and Dark Souls 3. So Wednesday will be Night in the Woods, Friday will be Dark Souls, Monday will be Night in the Woods, but I'll be doing some It Takes Two with Pikachu beforehand. So thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you to everybody who lurked, and thank you to everybody that kept me company in chat, and thank you to everybody that lurked. You are genuinely the reason that I do this. I'm not just saying that. You make it all worthwhile. And, well, yeah, I mean, what can I say? I am extremely grateful that people do actually turn up to my streams and seem to enjoy them. So thank you very much. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night, everybody.